The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our guest chaplain, Dr. Kevin Moore, Mount Zion Baptist Church from Huntsville, Alabama. Dr. Moore.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Creator and Sustainer of all things, thank you for your hand of blessing on the United States of America. Thank you for guiding and protecting the land of the free and the home of the brave. I humbly ask you to pour out your peace, mercy, and grace on our country. I pray that you would grant lawmakers in this assembly the integrity of Joseph, the strength of Joshua, the faithfulness of Moses, the courage of King David, the wisdom of Solomon, the determination of Nehemiah, the endurance of Job, and the obedience of Jesus Christ as they face the challenges of our country. Empower them to work efficiently for the justice of all people. Sustain them, encourage them, protect them, provide for them, guide them, and bless them as they work together in the service to our country. In the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my great honor to introduce the senior pastor, Dr. Kevin Moore, this morning to offer the opening prayer of the United States House of Representatives 119th Congress. Dr. Moore is my home pastor at Mount Zion Baptist Church. Mount Zion was founded in 1855 in the small community affectionately known as Monrovia. It's located a couple of miles north of Redstone Arsenal and Research Park. Mount Zion has grown to over 2,500 members in the thriving Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City, USA. Dr. Moore is a humble and kind leader. Our community is very blessed to have him lead our growing church. Dr. Moore is married to Stephanie, and they have 4 children, Kevin James, David Moses, Liza Grace, and May Louise. Dr. Moore, welcome to the United States House of Representatives. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Women and Girls in Sports Day. Sports have the power to break barriers, inspire change, and create opportunities. For generations, women and girls have fought for their place on the field, the court, and the track. Thanks to their resilience, we now see more female athletes excelling, competing, and leading in sports than ever before. I'm appreciative of the work President Trump has done to empower girls and women across the nation. Mr. Speaker, let's continue to uplift and empower women and girls in sports every day, because when we invest in them, we invest in the future of strength, leadership, and limitless potential. Together, we can create a world where every girl can play, compete, and lead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Linda Zarate, who passed away on Monday, February 3rd. From a young age, Linda displayed incredible strength and courage, being diagnosed with polio just at 1 year old. Despite this, her determination allowed her to walk by her preteen years, and in addition became a camp counselor as an experience that she served as a role model for young people, offering them a supportive environment to grow. It is that same determination that guided Linda throughout her life. Linda went on to join the AmeriCorps program, earning a certification in bilingual medical terminology, and dedicated herself to her community by serving on the local school council and becoming a board member for 2 organizations. But one of Linda's proudest achievements was her activism on behalf of the Little Village High School, where she was one of the parents and grandparents who staged a 19-day hunger strike demanding the construction of the school that had been promised to the community but not funded or constructed. Linda embodied the power of courage and resilience. Her life is a testament to what can be achieved when one is driven by strength and conviction. May she rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life of the extraordinary Anna Payne, a woman whose impact on Bucks County, Pennsylvania, will endure for generations. Mr. Speaker, Anna dedicated herself to service, not for recognition, but because she believed in the power of uplifting others. Diagnosed with cystic fibrosis at a young age, Anna understood struggle, but she refused to let it define her. Instead, she worked tirelessly to make life better for those facing challenges of their own. Anna was a fierce advocate for better health care and stronger support for families navigating rare diseases just like herself. Through her leadership as vice chair of the Pennsylvania Rare Disease Council and as the founder of the Bucks County Cystic Fibrosis Alliance, Anna gave hope and a voice to so many in our community and across America. Anna remained resolute in the face of stage 4 cancer diagnosis in 2021, an especially heartbreaking and all too familiar diagnosis, as a year before her battle began, I lost my brother Mike, who fought bravely but was taken by the same advanced stage cancer. Anna continued serving as an elected official, advocating for policies that would ease the burden of others. Whether through her relentless work in healthcare, advocacy, her commitment to local initiatives, or her ability to bring people together, Anna embodied the very best of our Bucks County community. Mr. Speaker, today we mourn a profound loss, but we also celebrate a legacy and honor a life of service, of sacrifice, and of unyielding determination. Mr. Speaker, Anna's spirit remains woven into the fabric of our community. We honor her not just by words, but with action, by ensuring that her legacy is not only remembered, but lived. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Rancho Verde Crimson Regiment from Moreno Valley and their participation in the Rose Parade on January 1st, 2025. This marks the second time that the Rancho Verde Crimson Regiment has participated in this iconic event in California. As a former high school educator, I know firsthand the dedication, discipline, and talent required to perform at this level. Congratulations to all the students and to the band director, Hong Luk Hathak, for their hard work and successful performance. I also wish to recognize the citizens who inhabit the Val Verde Unified School District for supporting with their taxpayer dollars the tremendous music education program that begins in the elementary schools. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, seeking the House consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise the remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ivanpah solar plant in Southern California was sold to the taxpayers and to the people as a shining example of green energy innovation, but what did the taxpayers actually get? A $2.2 billion price tag propped up by massive government loans for a solar plant that has underdelivered from the start. It was supposed to power 140,000 homes, but it never met expectations, struggling to produce consistent energy while relying on natural gas just to get the plant running each morning. Let's not forget the environmental costs that the left claims to care so much about. Thousands of birds literally incinerated as they happen to fly over this project, mid-flight. So this is what happens when the government throws billions at feel-good projects instead of letting the free market drive innovation. The plant was erected in 2014. 10 years later, 2/3 of it is going to be shut down just next year, and we'll see what happens the other third soon after that. If we want true energy independence, we need to do what we can to develop reliable American energy with nuclear power, hydroelectric power, the oil and natural gas from the miracle of hydraulic
Gentleman's
fracturing
time has
that's made
expired.
it so plentiful. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
All right, I'm going to need a hand here. It's only getting worse. There we go. Yeah, thank you. Is it new? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, shuttering USAID, gutting the Department of Education, threatening the Department of Labor, firing FBI agents, buying out civil servants, vilifying workforces over grotesque DEI concerns, stripping away legal protected status of refugees, giving an unelected billionaire access to the most sensitive information of everyday Americans, and unchecked control over our institutions. Just 2 weeks into the second Trump presidency, and every executive order, every administrative move has been a methodical step to sow chaos, confusion, and fear. Back home in Pennsylvania and here in Washington, my offices have been flooded with calls and messages from my constituents. People afraid for their jobs, their health, their hard-earned benefits, their children, their very futures. Every day begs the same question: what's next? Whatever your stance on government reform, our hopes for more efficiency, lower costs, stronger opportunities, it is clear that these policies are hurting everyday
Gentlewoman's
Americans.
time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, this is not
gentlewoman's
normal.
time
It
has
is
expired.
immoral and it is unlawful. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
As we wrap up this week, we go home to, if you're me, read books or read on various topics. Last night I saw a book I read many years ago, I'm going to read again, called Faithless America, Confronting Our Most Urgent Social Fatherless America, Confronting Our Most Urgent Social Problem. Right now, we have a huge problem in that men are being kept out of their families. Now is the time to address this problem with the Republicans having the Senate, the House, and the presidency. We cannot seriously say we are taking on the fentanyl crisis, the crime crisis, the education crisis, unless we do something about getting men back in the family. There have been powerful forces in this country. There are a lot of people who, sadly, important people, follow Karl Marx, the feminists in the 60s, Kate Millay, mother of women's studies, later on Black Lives Matter, all wanted to destroy the nuclear family. Now is the time we have to undertake policies to get men back in the family. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the new Chancellor of the Lone Star College System, Mario K. Castillo, the first Latino to ever hold this position. Mario's journey began as a first-generation college and law school graduate. After nearly a decade as an attorney, he joined the Lone Star College System and quickly rose through the ranks, from general counsel to vice chancellor to interim president. But the fancy titles never kept him from his mission: connecting with students, and always making sure they had a seat at the table. Leading the college system is no small feat, but Mario's got the endurance. He's not just a champion for education, he's also an accomplished Ironman, conquering miles of open water and road. If anyone is built for this challenge, it is him. As his chancellor, I know he'll keep mentoring students, improving processes, and pushing the next generation to dream big. Congratulations, Mario.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I come today to the floor today to commemorate the life of Frank Topino, a leader and pillar of strength in the Florida Keys who's passed away at the age of 101. Born in Winter Park, Florida, Mr. Frank, as he was more commonly known, lived a life of service with deep dedication to his family, faith, and community. At just 17, he enlisted in the U.S. Air Force and served during World War II. He built a life alongside his wife, Betty Rose, and raised 3 children together. Mr. Frank served as the president of the Key West Chamber of Commerce and served for 33 continuous years on the Key West Housing Authority Board. Mr. Frank's acts of service are a true testament to his character. Let us remember his legacy of lifelong dedication to family and to the community. Mr. Frank will be deeply missed, but his lessons will serve as an example to us all. Thank you, Mr. Frank, for your service to our nation. May he rest in peace, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute, unanimous consent, and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Grecia Nunez, a former intern in my office who recently passed away and joined our Lord in heaven. Grecia was a force in southern New Mexico. She was passionate about conservation, and she brought her talents to organizations like New Mexico Wild, also working as a park ranger and helping young people experience the outdoors. She served in the Peace Corps abroad and was active in her church at home. Grecia's faith was her guiding light, and she was never shy about sharing that. When she came to my office, Grecia was studying to become an environmental lawyer. She was smart, kind, and passionate about public service. Grecia's warmth and enthusiasm affected everybody she worked with, and despite her own struggles, she arrived every day with the mindset to serve New Mexicans. Her work was truly inspirational, and her family is so incredibly proud of her. Grecia's light will forever shine in the hearts of her family and her many friends. I'm grateful to have known her as she continues to inspire me to improve the lives of all New Mexicans. If we all shared in Grecia's grit and determination, we'd all be much better off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up H.R. 26 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 26, a bill to prohibit a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing.
Pursuant to House Resolution Number 5, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and the minority leader, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 26.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 26, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. H.R. 26, introduced by Congressman Pfluger, would prevent any president from issuing a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing while also establishing a sense of Congress that states should regulate the practice on state and private land. Hydraulic fracturing has been around for nearly 100 years. With other advancements in the industry, such as horizontal drilling, hydraulic fracturing has become a staple of the oil and gas industry. The practice has propelled the United States to energy superpower status. In fact, fracking in the United States provides 64% of American crude oil and 78% of the country's natural gas. This surge in supply has contributed to lower energy prices for consumers, stimulated economic growth and job growth, and improving the quality of life for Americans. In truth, a ban on hydraulic fracturing would devastate the American economy while surrendering world energy leadership to adversary nations with large oil and gas reserves such as Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and China. Federal efforts to regulate fracking, which is adequately regulated by the states, could have an equally detrimental impact. The 2005 Energy Policy Act clarified that Congress never intended the federal government to regulate fracking under the Safe Drinking Water Act. There is even precedent from the courts to not allow the federal government to regulate fracking. In the Obama administration, the Bureau of Land Management attempted to regulate the practice for federal lands and minerals, but the courts correctly threw out the effort. In the decision, the judge clearly stated, quote, Congress has not delegated to the Department of Interior the authority to regulate hydraulic fracturing. The BLM's effort to do so through the fracking rule is in excess of its statutory authority and contrary to law, end quote. States regulate fracking, and each has comprehensive laws and regulations to provide for safe operations, protect drinking water sources, and ensure effective regulation of oil and gas exploration and production. This bill would prevent future administrations from implementing a unilateral fracking ban and express Congress's sense that states should maintain regulatory authority over fracking on state and private lands. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important piece of legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And welcome, everyone, to the first installment of House Republicans' fulfillment of their misguided, billionaire-funded, pro-polluter, drill, baby, drill agenda. Now, I like Valentine's Day as much as anyone. I don't mean to be cynical. But what I don't do is introduce empty love letters to polluting industries masquerading as legislation, and that's what we're here to do today. This bill we're considering is one massive love letter to big oil, signed by the House GOP. Meanwhile, Americans are grappling with the actual fallout from the White House's unconstitutional, illegal freeze on federal funding across dozens of agencies, tariffs on our allies that will increase energy costs and inflation. Instead of addressing all of these things, we're here today with a little love letter for Valentine's Day from House Republicans to big oil. Now, H.R. 26, the Protecting American Energy Production Act, pretends to ban presidential fracking bans. Let me be clear, this bill is a solution in search of a non-existent problem. President Trump is not going to ban fracking. President Biden didn't ban fracking. No president, past or present, has banned fracking. And of course, now we do have President Trump. Democrats are not election deniers. We acknowledge that President Trump won the election. He is our president, and he loves fracking. Who are we kidding by passing this bill, pretending to stop him from banning fracking? Now, if Republicans really want to push back on presidential power and assert congressional rights, that would be interesting. We would love to work with Republicans on something like that. We could start with the fact that President Trump has unleashed his unelected buddy, a billionaire Elon Musk, to do all kinds of things in the first few weeks of his administration that ought to offend the sensibilities of the Article I branch of government, like blocking funds lawfully enacted by Congress that should be helping hardworking families and protecting communities from wildfires and droughts. Firing civil servants working on behalf of the country and inspectors general charged with rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. How about attacking civil rights and disability protections that Congress enacted into law? Attempting to abolish USAID, an agency that might not be familiar to many Americans, but is incredibly important to American interests. It advances U.S. global leadership all over the world and counters the malign influence of Russia and China. But we're here on the House floor to give Republicans a stage to gush over the oil and gas industry. This is political theater at its worst. And instead of addressing real crises like the climate crisis or the crushing cost of living for American families, Republicans are wasting everyone's time banning imaginary fracking bans, claiming it will somehow lower costs for communities and small businesses, but it won't. Now, what we're about to see is Republicans previewing their undying devotion and the many favors that they are going to be offering to big oil in the months to come. But let's review a couple of facts. The United States is already the largest producer of oil in the world. We're producing more oil and gas than ever before. In fact, we're producing more than any country in history. And what do we have to show for it? How's that working out for us? Well, we're facing volatile energy prices still because we're exporting record amounts of fossil fuel and because fossil fuels are global commodities vulnerable to international price shocks. The fossil fuel industry will do whatever it takes to make the most money, even if that is exporting its products in ways that increase costs for American consumers. There's a cost to this industry joyride. Communities living near this record-breaking production are bearing the brunt of fossil fuel pollution, and their health and well-being are paying the price. The United States should be leading the way to a new, cleaner future, but instead we're drilling deeper into this catastrophe. And it's not as if big oil is hurting right now. The oil and gas industry enjoys $15 billion in subsidies from American taxpayers each year. And that's just the direct handouts. When you factor in health and environmental impacts, because taxpayers pick up the tab for all of that, the United States spends $757 billion propping up the fossil fuel industry every single year. And what do we get in return for all of this generosity? It sure seems like unrequited love, because big oil has been colluding illegally with foreign cartels to purposely drive up gas prices for American consumers, increasing inflation and padding their pockets along the way. Big oil doesn't need any more favors. What it needs is to be held accountable. But that didn't stop President Trump from asking for $1 billion from the oil and gas industry during the campaign. Now, we're going to see big oil billionaires asking for more tax breaks and deregulation every day for the next two Congresses. But this bill is particularly absurd. If nothing else, the debate over this love letter to big oil makes one thing clear. House Republicans are more interested in passing love notes to big oil than in holding big oil accountable. Now, during the fracking process, oil and gas companies inject a high-pressure mixture of water, sand, and toxic chemicals into the ground to extract fossil fuels. It's a dirty business, and yet for years there have been loopholes around it to boost the industry's profits even further while leaving communities vulnerable to pollution. I'll highlight some examples. All industries, if they want to inject toxic pollutants underground, have to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act. This makes sure that drinking water resources and public health are protected, but not fracking. Fracking companies aren't subject to the Safe Drinking Water Act regulations. They don't have to disclose any of the toxic chemicals that could seep in to your drinking water. Another example is the Clean Air Act. You know, we can aggregate smaller nearby sources of pollution that can be regulated together to protect public health. That's something the Clean Air Act does that applies to all other industries, but not from oil and gas development. They have a special exception. Now, what about the Clean Water Act? Well, that has provisions to prevent polluted stormwater runoff from contaminating water sources, except if that runoff comes from oil and gas facilities. These are just a few of the loopholes that this industry enjoys, loopholes that have real impacts on public health, especially children's health. Studies have found that exposure to fracking and associated chemicals can lead to low birth weight for babies, preterm births, congenital abnormalities, asthma, and even certain childhood cancers. We should be able to agree that protecting children from these impacts and ensuring that communities have clean air to breathe and clean water to drink should be our priorities, not sending love letters to big oil. Unfortunately, this bill and the many other giveaways that are going to be coming our way in this Congress will not protect these communities. I strongly oppose this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, fracking has been challenged. It's been challenged by the Biden administration, and fortunately the courts stepped in and said you can't regulate fracking to the BLM. And if you look at what our abundant, clean supply of natural gas in the United States has done, it's allowed us to reduce emissions more than any country in the world. We produce the cleanest, most reliable gas in the world, 40% cleaner carbon footprint than what Russia produces. Natural gas can not only provide jobs and energy here at home, but it can be a source of national security to help bolster our partners around the world. We're blessed with natural gas from the Permian Basin in West Texas and New Mexico to the Marcellus and Utica shale plays in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and New York, which I believe those two combined are the largest natural gas fields in the world. We have a tremendous resource that we can use to do many good things, and if fracking were banned, that resource goes away. Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chairman for bringing this bill. You know, the American public spoke loud and clear on November 5th. They said energy was on the ballot. They said that the hilarity and the fraudulent approach that the Biden administration took towards energy policy was wholly rejected. Madam Speaker, we're in a new day, and thank goodness we are. I represent the Permian Basin, Midland and Odessa, Texas, and for 4 years, this community was demonized by the president, demonized by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, demonized for the work that they did to bring affordable, reliable energy to this country. And they did so with an all-out assault. I am proud today to support my legislation, H.R. 26, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. And this is on behalf of every one of my constituents in Midland and Odessa, Texas, who provide the very pen that's being written on by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who provide the cell phones and the cosmetics and the personal protective gear that goes into an emergency room. Not just liquid fuels, but using a safe technology, hydraulic fracturing, which was completely falsely characterized briefly this morning by my colleague on the other side of the aisle. But in 2019, America became the #1 oil and gas producer, and it is wholly in part, wholly due to the shale revolution and the technology of being able to environmentally friendly extract this product and produce it here domestically for our use, to ship it to our allies and our partners around the world. But after 4 years of the previous administration's outright assault on American energy, it is critical now that we codify and that we work tirelessly to restore some integrity and some character to this American energy dominance and pass meaningful legislation that will unleash American energy, create jobs for hardworking Americans. My legislation that's being considered today is a necessary first step in reversing the Biden's war on energy and preventing the federal government from banning the use of hydraulic fracturing. Fracking is safe, it is clean, it's an effective way to produce affordable energy and to strengthen our national security. And by ensuring its continued use, we can reestablish our global energy leadership. We can keep costs low for consumers, every consumer, and we can drive further technological advancements into the industry. This bill advances President Trump's rightful position, his pro-energy, pro-American outlook on energy to restore our position as the top producer in the world. Instead of allowing Russia, Iran, and Venezuela to do so, we're going to produce it here. And I want to say thank you to my constituents. I want to say thank you for the fact that even though you were demonized, even though you were made to feel like you weren't doing something that was worthwhile, you did, and you stood up and you did it in the face of adversity. And even at the end of the campaign season in 2024, then candidate for president Kamala Harris in a debate said that she was pro-fracking. So it's hard to believe that anybody would actually vote against this legislation today, because that was the platform of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. So today is an opportunity to bring us together Republicans and Democrats, to codify what we both know has been the major advancement. It is time to end the bans and unleash our lands. It is time to come together, and I'm proud to work with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, because I know this will be a bipartisan bill. I know that there will be many Democrats who vote for this, and I'm glad that we can do this. Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing H.R. 26, and I fully support it and urge my colleagues, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Diana DeGette.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the Protecting American Energy Production Act. Now, as a Coloradoan from an energy-producing state, I don't oppose fracking, and frankly, opposition to fracking is not in the Democratic agenda. However, I think we could all agree that fracking must be done safely and with transparency. This bill would allow natural gas producers to keep abusing loopholes that allow them to hide dangerous chemical components in their fracking fluid, and that's something I don't think any of us should support. Having served as the top Democrat on the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Energy, Climate, and Grid Security in the last Congress, I've worked closely on this issue for many years. I have introduced legislation that would ensure that our communities would be safe from the dangerous chemicals that are often used in fracking fluid. Fracking releases thousands of harmful chemicals that poison our drinking water and pollute our air, including hydrogen sulfide, which causes nausea, vomiting, and headaches, benzene, a known carcinogen, toxic metals, acids, and even diesel fuel. A significant number of scientific studies prove negative health effects like cancers, asthma, and birth complications are caused by fracking chemicals. These chemicals particularly affect the most vulnerable in our society, including children, people who are pregnant, the elderly, lower-income communities, and communities of color. For example, those who gave birth while living near a fracking site had children who are 2 to 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with leukemia between the ages of 2 and 7 than those who were not exposed. For older adults, a study found that living near fracking sites in Pennsylvania during its so-called fracking boom between 2002 and 2015 were more likely to be hospitalized for cardiovascular disease than those in neighboring states where fracking was banned. What complicates our ability to regulate these hazardous chemicals is that only in retrospect can we assess the damage that's being done in the name of oil and gas production. It was just 2 years ago that scientists were able to conclude that the extent of harm caused by the fracking fluid in 2016, almost 10 years ago, a study found it caused 410,000 asthma flare-ups, 2,200 new cases of childhood asthma, and 7,500 excess deaths, costing $77 billion in health impacts. Now, these examples are only a drop in the bucket. We don't even have accurate numbers of just how many Americans are affected because the law prioritizes polluters over people by protecting the exact chemical makeup of fracking fluid that fracking companies call, quote, proprietary information. It's been proven that fracking chemical disclosure requirements lead to significant declines in the use of hazardous chemicals. I asked for 30 more seconds.
The gentlelady, 30 more seconds.
So there have been significant declines in the use of hazardous chemicals and better water quality. Rather than passing this bill, which only protects oil and gas producers, we should require more transparency to the public. Families shouldn't have to choose between their health and their house just because it's close to a drilling site. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation and work in a bipartisan way to make sure that where we do fracking, it's done safely. I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the benefits that clean American energy, reliable, affordable energy has on health benefits are too numerous to even get into a discussion on here today, but it saves lives, not just in providing energy and heat, but in providing the many materials that are made from oil and gas in the United States. Even the Obama administration's EPA found that fracking has, quote, no widespread systemic impacts on drinking water resources in the United States. No evidence has risen that the practice is dangerous, and to say anything else is simply fear-mongering and pandering to the radical left that would rather rely on Iran, Russia, and Venezuela for energy. Now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 26. This bipartisan Protecting America Energy Production Act will pass the House. Just 20 years ago, we were afraid we were nearing the end of U.S. oil and gas production. Then came hydraulic fracturing and the beginning of the shale revolution. Hydraulic fracturing brought energy security to Americans and made the United States an energy exporter for the first time just a few years ago. With hydraulic fracturing, we are increasing our economic and our national security, while also increasing the economic and national security of our closest allies. For every barrel of oil that we export, we're displacing a dirtier barrel of oil produced by our adversarial nations. And thanks to hydraulic fracturing, our energy supply continues to get cleaner. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will likely argue today that this bill is a solution in search of a problem. They'll ask, why are we doing this if the Trump administration doesn't plan on banning fracking? Frankly, Madam Speaker, this bill isn't about this administration. It's an insurance policy to protect against the future anti-oil and anti-gas and anti-American energy administrations. We are coming off the tail end of the most anti-oil and gas and anti-traditional energy administration in this nation's history. And I'm afraid that this was just a preview of what could happen down the line. And that is why we are acting today. We're voting to protect Americans' access to reliable, affordable, and clean American energy, no matter which president is in the White House. We need to unlock our energy awesomeness. We need to continue our progress on energy. You know, Madam Speaker, just a few minutes ago, my colleague across the aisle talked about clean and affordable, reliable energy. I want to remind my colleagues, I live in northern Minnesota. Last week it was 40 below. And we just had to turn on the heat, natural gas. I didn't have to worry about my 6 children, the youngest being 3, to be frozen to death, to freeze our pipes. I didn't have to worry about my mother, who's 90 years old, and my father, who's 91, freezing in 40 below. Turn up the heat. Clean, affordable, reliable energy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I have no idea why they wouldn't support this bipartisan legislation. American energy, American technology, and American workers. I support this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's interesting. I hear my colleague from Minnesota saying he's interested in constraining presidential power, just not this president, and apparently only when it applies to presidents who might go against the interests of big oil. So I guess at least there's some semblance of interest in defending Article 1, but a pretty twisted remnant of what should be Congress's Article 1 authority. You know, if we really want to work on constraining presidential power, there's a lot we could do together, because right now, this administration is illegally blocking funds enacted by Congress to help hardworking Americans, funding meant for wildfire management and water infrastructure projects at a time when communities in California are still reeling from disaster. But instead, we're debating this. This administration has fired inspectors general from at least 18 federal agencies without warning, without explanation, in clear violation of the law, which requires 30 days notice to Congress and a substantive explanation. There was a time when members of both parties would be furious over a flouting of the law like that But today, it doesn't seem to matter to our colleagues across the aisle. These independent watchdogs exist for one purpose: to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse, and to hold presidential power in check, working closely with Congress, but apparently that doesn't matter anymore. We know the administration is actively trying to abolish USAID, a nonpartisan agency established by Congress, which supports nutrition and other basic humanitarian assistance all over the world for people who need it. We know that NOAA could be next on the chopping block, a science-based agency that people all over this country depend on every day to get weather alerts and save lives. But we're on the floor debating this love letter to big oil instead of standing up for Congress's Article I authority and holding presidential power in check. With that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Phoenix, Arizona, Congresswoman Ansari.
The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Today I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 26. My constituents sent me to Congress to fight for them for clean water, clean air, job security, and lower prices. This legislation accomplishes absolutely none of those things. H.R. 26 says that the president cannot issue a ban on fracking unless authorized by Congress. It's obviously a little bit ridiculous. President Trump is not going to ban fracking. In fact, no president has ever banned fracking. What this bill is just an opportunity for some House Republicans to signal their support for their big oil allies and their billionaire friends. The United States is already producing more oil than ever, more than any country in history. Republicans' dirty drilling agenda will not make America any more energy dominant, and it won't drive prices down. If we could drill our way out of the affordability crisis, we would have already done so. The answer is not more oil. When we drill more and more, the only ones who benefit are those at the top: the CEOs, the multinational corporations, and the already rich billionaires who are profiting off of the American people. In fact, several Federal Trade Commission complaints and class action lawsuits from last year say that big oil CEOs have been illegally colluding with each other and with some of our adversaries to keep prices high and profits up. Big oil is already getting at least $15 billion in subsidies from the federal government. What more could they possibly want? This dirty drilling agenda has never been about lowering costs. Less than 3 weeks in, this administration's true colors are already shining. After promising lower prices for everyday Americans, the president is threatening a trade war with our closest allies, which will drive up the cost of everything from energy to cars to produce to technology. The administration is threatening mass deportations of people who are part of the workforce and contributing to our economy. And the Republican-led Congress is plotting how to cut spending on health care and clean energy in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 26, and I yield back.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 26, the Protecting American Energy Production Act, to prevent a ban on the use of hydraulic fracturing. The shale revolution has unleashed American innovation, specifically hydraulic fracturing, and led to the U.S. becoming an energy superpower, stabilizing global markets and lowering prices for consumers, farmers, and manufacturers. In 2019, economists estimated this productivity reduced the domestic price of natural gas by 63% and led to a 45% decrease in the wholesale price of electricity. This resulted in an estimated savings of $203 billion annually for American consumers. Unfortunately, some states have implemented misguided policies to ban or limit the use of fracking. It is imperative we protect this technology from future weaponization, especially as global energy demand is projected to skyrocket. Additionally, natural gas will be essential to ensuring our ability to meet the massive energy demand from the data centers coming online and lead the world in AI development. More American energy means a safer, cleaner, and more advanced world. In the last Congress, I asked every witness that came before us in Energy and Commerce's Energy Sub if we needed more energy or less, and every one of them said we have to have more energy. I thank the gentleman from Texas 11th District for his leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And I thank my friend, the chairman, for yielding the time. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know what's bad for energy prices here in the United States? This LNG export bonanza that my friends across the aisle support, that President Trump is unleashing with one of his executive orders, restarting LNG exports to non-free trade agreement countries. Unconstrained exports of LNG could increase wholesale domestic natural gas prices here in the United States by over 30%. Households could well pay $100 more per year by mid-century, and congressional Republicans are threatening to repeal clean energy tax credits, which could result in a 10% jump in electricity costs. So let's not kid each other about who cares about energy prices for American consumers. With that, I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Tlaib.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
This is just the latest in a long line of loopholes and handouts for big oil executives to get richer as the rest of us suffer. Fracking is particularly unregulated at the federal level because 20 years ago, then Vice President Dick Cheney, the former CEO of Halliburton, inserted a loophole into the Energy Act of 2005, explicitly exempting fracking chemicals from the EPA regulation under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Think about that. That means the oil and gas industry doesn't need to disclose any of the toxic chemicals that are seeping into our drinking water. Halliburton, of course, is one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world, and it also just happens to be behind most of the major fracking worldwide. So for the last 20 years, we have been stuck with the so-called Halliburton loophole, a terrible reminder of the revolving door of oil, money, and politics, and how big oil buys its way into the halls of Congress and the White House every single day. In fact, our new Secretary of Energy is the founder and former CEO of Liberty Energy, another fracking company. And the Halliburton loophole isn't the only giveaway that fracking benefits from. Under the Clean Water Act, there are provisions to prevent polluted stormwater runoff from contaminating our waters unless, here's the exemption, unless the runoff comes from oil and gas development facilities. Now Republicans want to give an even bigger handout to big oil with toxic legislation. They are sending the message to communities all across the country, our residents, that corporate polluters' profits are more important than their health, than their own drinking water. It is clear that they're doing this because it's always been polluters over people for Republicans 20 years ago, and it's polluters over people now. I urge my colleagues to vote against this environmental destruction and protect our drinking water. That is a crisis right now throughout our country. With that, I yield back to my colleague.
Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I think a lot of the general public don't realize that natural gas goes into a lot more than just producing energy, but it's in essence the main ingredient in agriculture, and it's the main ingredient that can help lower our food prices, as most fertilizer is made from natural gas. And when we have abundant, affordable natural gas, that means we have more abundant and affordable fertilizer that we can grow more crops and keep prices low. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, and a gentleman who lives and has seen firsthand the benefits of fracking in the Marcellus Shale, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I thank the chairman. Absolutely, living in the heart of Marcellus and Utica Shale, I've seen hydrofracking actually evolve, improve, the technology, becoming environmentally friendly, and my friends that argue against it obviously have not had that opportunity to spend any time with it. So I rise today in support of H.R. 26, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. This legislation will ensure that we deliver on our promises to Americans to lower energy costs and end the war that the previous administration waged on our domestic energy production. I've witnessed firsthand how fracking or hydrofracking has revitalized communities, created countless jobs, and strengthened our energy independence through the discovery of the Marcellus Shale and the Utica Shale in Pennsylvania. Across my district, this industry has been a lifeline, bringing economic prosperity where it once was scarce. Fracking has transformed Pennsylvania into a national leader in energy production, unlocking vast reserves of natural gas that power our homes, fuel our businesses, and drive down our energy costs. Across the Commonwealth, once struggling communities are thriving again. Small businesses flourish as demand for goods and services surges, and the thousands of hardworking men and women who depend on energy production for family-sustaining wages are planting roots and investing in these communities. Beyond local benefits, the energy boom we will experience under the Trump administration's America First policies will strengthen our position on the world stage. By tapping into our domestic resources, we reduce reliance on foreign energy, bolstering national security and stabilizing global markets. American natural gas significantly reduces carbon emissions compared to foreign production, proving that economic growth and environmental responsibility can go hand in hand. Despite these undeniable benefits, out-of-touch politicians who have sought to ban or heavily restrict this essential industry. A prohibition on fracking would devastate rural America, wiping out jobs, reducing tax revenues, and driving up energy costs for working families. We cannot allow misguided policies to erase the progress we've made. That's why I urge my colleagues to support the Protecting American Energy Production Act before us today, which will ensure the long-term stability of fracking for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Arkansas. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues, we are in a constitutional crisis. The President of the United States is trying to delete the 14th Amendment, ignoring Congress's constitutional power of the purse to illegally block federal spending, exposing the identities of our intelligence officers to our enemies, and sending Elon Musk's unvetted minions into our financial systems to steal Americans' private information. Now, in the normal course, these violations would be prosecuted by the Department of Justice. But their leadership has put personal politics over the rule of law. In the normal course, Congress would act as a check and balance, but Republican leadership in both chambers is most charitably described as missing in action. And we are only 19 days in. The White House is now dismantling USAID, pulling back on our soft power at the precise moment when China and Russia are trying to increase their influence over global affairs. Is this because of social media conspiracies, foreign influence operations, or just because Elon Musk is still angry that USAID helped to topple apartheid in South Africa? There are no good answers to that question. They're targeting the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, stripping our ability to make weather forecasts in the wake of rising seas, surging hurricanes, and ever more devastating wildfires. Take away our ability to give advance notice of those storms, and Americans will die. They're opposing competitive markets as they refuse to enact existing laws to build out EV charging networks and renewable energy because they know that to do so would be to bring resources onto our system that would further erode the market share of more expensive and dirtier energy. And they've now stolen data from the Treasury Department files so that Elon Musk, a man who gives Nazi salutes and actively campaigns for the neo-Nazi party in Germany, can access personal information that could potentially be used to target his political enemies. This is the very foundation of fascism, all of which leaves us in this chamber with a choice. As we sit here on the fulcrum of history, we can act to make these 19 days a footnote to an otherwise noble history of these United States, or we can go to our graves knowing that we did nothing during the 19 days that forever destroyed this 250-year-old experiment. We can choose evil in this moment. We can choose to ignore everything that Jesus preached on the Mount as we persecute the meek so we can enrich the merciless. We can choose cowardice, We can give $1 to a homeless man on the way into work so we can take away hundreds of millions of dollars from housing assistance once we get there, telling ourselves that to do anything else would be to cause our seat to be filled by a less compassionate soul. We can decide that if we aren't in leadership, then our job is just to follow orders. Sometimes that excuse works. It didn't at Nuremberg. But there's no difference between any of those choices. They all lead to the same outcome, and for this reason, I will be offering a fourth option, and at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill to say that it shall not take effect until the illegal freeze of taxpayer dollars that Congress appropriated to the Department of the Interior, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and other agencies is stopped, and civil rights and employment protections for nonpartisan federal public servants are restored, and Doge and billionaires like Elon Musk no longer have unlawful access to federal government systems and the private, sensitive data of tax-paying Americans. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
That motion is a chance for all of my colleagues to choose leadership, to choose patriotism, to choose to honor the oath that we all took to the Constitution, to be remembered and honored by future generations, and to, in the words of William F. Buckley, to stand athwart history and yell, "Stop."
Yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
I yield back.
Thank you. Reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is...
2.5 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill to the floor. And I want to thank also the lead sponsor of this bill, my colleague from Texas, August Pfluger. I rise in support of the Protecting American Energy Production Act. This bill will protect American oil and natural gas production by preventing any president from declaring a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing. 4 years ago, Joe Biden waged an all-out war on American energy production, from shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline, canceling oil and gas leases on millions of acres, locking up federal lands, threatening Colorado energy jobs, canceling Colorado energy jobs, and countless other anti-energy measures that have contributed to gas prices and inflation reaching record levels. The American people spoke in November. They spoke loud and they spoke very clearly. They resoundingly said, "Drill, baby, drill." I am proud of President Trump's executive orders to get our country back in the right direction for drilling, but it is up to us in the House now to do our part and pass legislation to codify what President Trump is doing boldly each and every day in the White House. I am proud of his new Energy Secretary, Chris Wright from Colorado, and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. They have already started to make good on their promises to unleash American energy and put energy workers in my home state of Colorado back to work. We are tired of relying on OPEC and our adversaries for energy. It's time to bring back and rely on the American roughneck. It is time to terminate the Green New Scam. President Trump is committed to doing that. And we hear about subsidies for oil and gas from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But what the American people aren't hearing is the $235 billion to clean energy production tax credits, $110 billion to clean energy investment tax credits, EV tax credits at $316 billion, $203 billion to advanced manufacturing production tax, and many more, equaling over $1 trillion tax dollars. We can end the Green New Scam. We can bring back oil and gas. My colleague and freshman from Colorado, Congressman Jeff Hurd, has the local act to bring the BLM headquarters back to Colorado so we have boots on the ground and we can drill, baby, drill. I yield.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I just found it unbelievable that we have a proposed bill up today to require the president to have congressional approval to stop fracking when we don't ask the president to impound funds that have been appropriated through Article 1 by Congress how they're supposed to be appropriated. How we don't ask the president to not fire the IGs when legislation requires him to give 30 days to Congress before he does so and to give good reason for it, when the IGs are there to find fraud, abuse, and waste of government monies. That's more important, and it adds up to more and more and more dollars that the IGs find. And there are other areas where our authority has been stepped on and violated. So this is just insane that we do this today. And I saw where one of Mr. Musk's followers resigned because he made statements that he was racist before racism was cool, and he would never marry anybody that didn't look like him and of his own gender, race, his own race.
Has expired.
Sounds like somebody who was inspired by pre-apartheid South Africa.
It's expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Protecting American Energy Production Act. Unleashing American energy dominance is one of the most important tasks facing Congress right now. 4 years of restricting the flow of American energy has forced the price of everything, especially fueling our cars and heating our homes, to skyrocket. Finally, with Republicans back in control of both chambers of Congress and the presidency, we can follow through on the American people's mandate to unleash American energy. Under the Biden administration, the attacks against energy dominance were crippling. Even in the final days in office, President Biden tried to ban American energy by stopping almost all new U.S. offshore drilling projects. Congressman Pfluger's bill is a common-sense piece of legislation that will allow individual states to maintain control of their own fracking policies and prevent executive overreach. America is a large country with diverse energy needs. A one-size-fits-all strategy might make life easier for Washington bureaucrats, but it does not work for the American people. This bill simply acknowledges that states, not the federal government, know what energy sources are best for them and allows fracking to be a tool in a state's tool chest. This will help lower costs for families who spent 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration having to choose between filling up their car and paying for groceries. I want to thank my colleagues and my friend, Representative Pfluger, for introducing this essential piece of legislation, and it has my full support. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Speaker, my Gulf Coast District in Texas, better known as the energy capital of the world, depends on Representative Pfluger's district, the fracking district, to keep our energy industry running. You know, I guess you could say while most districts lack it, Pfluger's district fracks it, my district cracks it. This is part of the energy process. Hydraulic fracturing isn't just important, it is absolutely critical. It's the very reason why the Democrats talk about we lead the world in all the oil and the drilling and stuff we've done, because it is the reason American producers of oil and natural gas are leading the way because of fracking. It does things like Pete Stauber talked about. Oh, I don't know, it keeps the heater going in the winter, keeps the air conditioner going in the summer. How about it keeps the lights on? It lowers energy costs, creates jobs, and all the while strengthening our economy. It is not just energy security, it's national security. But leave it to our friends across the aisle to try to shut it down. And we're going to make sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and we thank August Pfluger, that never happens. For the future of this great nation, we must stop radical, climate-obsessed presidents from ever placing a federal moratorium on fracking, because that would destroy America as we know it. Thankfully, we now have President Trump back in the White House, a leader who actually understands just how vital our energy industry is. And we've got Chris Wright at the Department of Energy, a man who helped fuel America's fracking revolution that made us the energy powerhouse we are today. But make no mistake, the Green New Deal crowd isn't giving up yet. The second they get the chance, they'll be right back at it, trying to dismantle our oil and gas industry. That's why I proudly support my good friend Rep. Pfluger's bill, the Protecting American Energy Production Act, to ensure fracking remains protected no matter who sits in the Oval Office. Madam Speaker, we all know that energy security, as I said, is national security. Hope my friends realize that. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Biles.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to support H.R. 26, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. The previous administration made it their mission to undercut our energy sector, adding burdensome regulations at every opportunity. In my home state of Oklahoma, upstream oil and gas activities contribute to over 278,000 jobs and bring in billions of dollars in revenue. American families deserve access to reliable and affordable domestic energy. And according to the America First Policy Institute, hydraulic fracturing saves Americans $203 billion annually in reduced energy costs. It's also important to remember that the argument against updated drilling technology is built on misinformation. Under the Obama administration, the EPA found that hydraulic fracturing has no widespread systemic impacts on resources in the U.S. Modern drilling technology techniques are safe, effective, and crucial to maintaining our energy independence. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 26, and I thank Mr. Pfluger for bringing this forward. And with that, I yield.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Westerman. I rise today in support of H.R. 26, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. This bill is critically important to supporting Ohio's energy producers and restoring American energy dominance long into the future. This bill supports the current framework that gives primary authority over regulating fracking to the states and prevents any future president from unilaterally banning fracking. The shale revolution has been a game changer for the Appalachia region and my congressional district. In fact, Utica shale leases have boosted Central and Southeastern Ohio's economy by nearly $1 billion. We all saw the rules the Biden administration pushed out over the last 4 years, including efforts to mandate EVs for American consumers, blocking new LNG exports, and shutting down our most reliable power plants. This bill makes crystal clear that no future administration can decide on a whim to ban fracking. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I have no further request for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will just close by making one thing very clear. Even though fracking can undeniably present very real health threats and risks to the public, the reality is no president has ever tried to ban it. And President Trump is certainly not going to ban it. He absolutely loves fracking. So why are we here? Why are we having this totally performative debate? Well, this bill and this debate serves two purposes for my colleagues across the aisle. First, it's a chance to provide an assurance, a love letter to Big Oil, telling them that House Republicans will have their backs, an early Valentine's Day gift, if you will. And second, it is a distraction. House Republicans are distracting the American people by saying they're doing something. To put it in theological terms, my friends might appreciate, it's like Jesus is coming, look busy. But as we've laid out, this will do nothing for energy costs. The entire drill, baby, drill agenda will do nothing for inflation because the industry is already producing record amounts of oil and gas. They're doing more than that. They're purposefully and illegally price gouging Americans, colluding with cartels. They are not interested in lowering costs to the American people. This is also a distraction from the trade war that President Trump is starting to unleash, including against close allies of the United States, something that is going to painfully raise prices for everyday Americans. And it's a distraction from the president's threats and attacks on democracy. We are sliding down the slippery slope to dictatorship, folks, and we're here debating a love letter to big oil. Just under 3 weeks into this administration, it is clear, and it's no surprise, who the Republican leaders in Congress are for. It's for billionaires. They're for big oil, corporations, and polluters. I urge my colleagues to defend people over polluters and to vote no on this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to cite a 2019 study by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Global Energy Institute. Their research shows a ban on fracking would have eliminated 19 million jobs between 2021 and 2025, while simultaneously reducing the U.S. gross domestic product by $7.1 trillion over the same period. The efforts of a ban like this cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit this study by the Global Energy Institute for the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as we think about what that ban would have done just between the years 2021 and 2025, what if the Obama administration had been successful? What if their BLM had been successful in banning fracking on federal lands? America would not have led the world in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We would have seen even higher energy costs. The cost of food would have gone up. It could have changed the course of our country in not a good way had this ban gone into effect. The Global Energy Institute's research also shows that over the same 2021 to 2025 timeframe, energy prices would have skyrocketed, with natural gas prices rising by 324%. This would cause household energy bills for the average American to quadruple and the cost of living to increase by $5,661 per year. Additionally, the price of gasoline would double and government revenues would plummet by almost $1.9 trillion. Think about that. $7 trillion of GDP, and we know from history that about 17.5% of the GDP goes right into the federal government's tax revenues. This would have driven the deficit much higher had hydraulic fracking ban been put in place. It could also trigger a global recession. In 1973, when Saudi Arabia implemented an oil embargo and roughly 7% of the global oil supply was removed from the markets, world prices skyrocketed 400%. With these sobering facts in mind, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 26, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields. All time for debate now having expired, pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Casson of Illinois moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 26, to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 207. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 188. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon on Monday next for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of John F. McMullen, who sadly passed away earlier this month at the age of 88. Mr. McMullen was born in Covington, Georgia, and graduated from the University of Georgia with his accounting degree and Master of Business Administration. He was an avid Georgia Bulldog. Mr. McMullen and his beloved wife, Marilyn, were married in 1959. Mr. and Mrs. McMullen have been acclaimed for their generosity both inside and outside of the state of Georgia. Mr. and Ms. McMullen had contributed to more varied campaigns at the University of Georgia than any other donor in the university's history, a testament to their generosity. As a history lover and a seventh-generation Georgian, Mr. McMullen dedicated 52 years to the Georgia Historical Society, serving as board curator and endowment trustee. He gave his time, his talent, and resources to make a profound and long-lasting impact on the institution. Mr. McMullen is survived by his wife, Marilyn, sons Tom and Ted, and 4 grandchildren. Mr. McMullen will always be remembered for his wise counsel, intellectual curiosity, infectious laugh, and optimism that the bright light of history will always make the future better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize Katrina Halassa, Joanna O'Neill, and Krista Galloway of the Akron Public Schools Science and Health Department as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champions of the Week. The department recently earned the Presidential Award for Excellence in STEM Mentoring on behalf of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy and the National Science Foundation. As one of just 5 organizations in the country to earn this award, this is truly an astounding achievement and one that our entire community should be proud of. This prestigious award recognizes their dedication to shaping the future of science and technology through mentorship, helping to ensure that our incoming STEM workforce reflects the diverse talent of America. Akron Public Schools' mission is to prepare each child for success, and as an alum of Akron Public Schools, I can attest to their ability to create successful students. Katrina, Joanna, and Krista support this mission through Science and Health Department by promoting inquiry and STEM opportunities in and beyond the classroom. Together, Katrina, Joanna, and Krista provide 60 years of combined mentoring, and during Dr. Halassa's 16-year tenure, the department lowered barriers by providing STEM opportunities to over 50,000 diverse scholars. Their focus on a 3-tiered approach consisting of teachers, scholars, and partners allows all levels of our community to get involved in educating and mentoring our students to success. Ohio's 13th Congressional District has long been known for its scientific innovation, and Krista, Joanna, and Krista are also helping to ensure this legacy for generations to come. Congratulations again to Katrina Halassa, Joanna O'Neill, and Krista Galloway on this fantastic accomplishment, and thank you for all you do for our students and scholars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise? Seek recognition.
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a great Missouri citizen, Mr. Harland J. Taylor, on the remarkable occasion of his 101st birthday on February 11th. Harland bravely served in the Army Air Corps during World War II, earning his pilot's wings to fly the P-51 Mustang. His military achievements stood as a testament to his courage and dedication. In 1974, Harland returned to Aurora, Missouri, where he built a legacy in agriculture, buying 800 acres of farmland and doing innovative at the time, regenerative farming, which was a rare practice. Harlan's family is among his greatest achievements. His wife, Merle, and their 2 daughters, Terry and Tracy, helped run the farm until he retired at the age of 62. Harlan's journey didn't stop there. Even in his retirement, he drove an 18-wheeler hauling goods across our nation. As a pilot, Harlan maintained his license into the 1980s, and he and Muriel enjoyed extensive travel across the United States. Harlan's daughter told me that people in town would remark how lucky Harlan has been in his life, to which he would respond, well, sometimes luck just looks a lot like hard work. Happy birthday, Harlan, and may your legacy continue to inspire our Missouri values. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the life and legacy of my constituent, Peter Ramage, who passed away recently at the age of 86. Pete was a lifelong resident and dedicated civic leader in Etna. He was a fellow Navy veteran with 4 years of service. He was a dedicated educator, rising to the ranks of vice principal in Pittsburgh Public Schools and then principal of All Saints Catholic Grade School. And he was committed to his community. Serving as Etna Borough Council president for 46 years, public service was in Pete's bones. And in Western Pennsylvania, a life like Pete's, devoted to family, community, country, shows exactly who we are. Humble, proud, always ready to do our part. Pete embodied the very best of Western Pennsylvania values: hard work, patriotism, sacrifice. I'm holding Pete's wife, Mary Ellen, his family, his entire community in my heart as we celebrate his life and mourn his passing. Fair winds and following seas, Pete. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The communities I represent are just 2-hour drive away from CBP San Diego sector, and we have seen the impacts of the fentanyl crisis firsthand. In 2024, the Orange County Sheriff Departments found 2.06 million pills laced with fentanyl. That is 204% increase from 2023. In Congress, I've been working hard on common sense solutions to keep our communities safe. That is why I proudly voted for the Halt Fentanyl Act, which passed the House to give our law enforcement the tools to crack down on drug traffickers and transnational criminal organizations funneling fentanyl into our streets and into our schools. I'll keep doing all I can to secure our border and put an end to the fentanyl crisis that is taking the lives of too many Americans. With that, Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, sports fans across the country will gather to watch the Super Bowl. This great American tradition usually involves watch parties, endless commercials, and lots of chips and guac. But these days, sports betting is also a key part of the big game. It's easier than ever to gamble on sports. Americans will wager about $1.4 billion on this year's Super Bowl alone. At the same time, about 7 million Americans suffer from a gambling addiction. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy a little gambling myself from time to time. But I also know the pain that comes with addiction. And unlike drugs and alcohol, there is currently no federal funding devoted to address problem gambling. It is time to get off the bench. That's why I'm reintroducing the Gambling Addiction Recovery Investment and Treatment Act, a bill that would devote existing federal funds to the study, prevention, and treatment of gambling addictions. This legislation will help get more people into treatment and on the road to recovery. I'm committed to build bipartisan consensus on this issue. So no matter who you root for this weekend, I hope you'll join me and support the GRIT Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we the people are tired of watching billions of our hard-earned tax dollars being sent overseas carelessly. And we're tired of the lack of transparency that surrounds those decisions. The American people voted for accountability, and they voted to keep the government in check. Legacy media has painted Elon Musk as a tyrant and President Trump as a deceitful puppet master. Their attacks lean on the premise that Elon Musk was never elected by the American people. My response to them is, how many people elected Kamala Harris to be the Democrat nominee for president? How many people elected those woke bureaucrats who fraudulently doled out billions to foreign lands, even terrorist organizations possibly? Every dollar they wasted was earned off the sweat of the brow of the American taxpayer. Elon Musk, President Trump, and the Department of Government Efficiency have done more to save tax dollars for the American people in the past month than I've seen government do in decades. Instead of running them through the mud, they should be celebrated in the streets. The golden age of American fiscal responsibility is upon us, and I, for one, am excited to join the ride. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
For 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in a few short weeks, President Trump has unleashed the beginnings of a constitutional crisis. He's gutting the federal government and trying to usurp Congress's constitutional authority of the power of the purse. President Trump is flouting the law, and he's deputized the unelected billionaire-in-chief, Elon Musk, who is accountable to no one. They are dismantling federal agencies and are attempting to freeze federal funds already allocated by Congress. Elon Musk, and apparently many of my colleagues may not know this, but let me be clear. Only Congress, the elected representatives of the American people, can authorize programs or appropriate funds. Everything that is happening is leading to one thing: the great billionaire takeover of our government to line the pockets of the very few. This is not normal. This is not efficiency, and we cannot let this happen. My grandfather didn't fight in World War II against fascism to see our country overrun by autocracy. And I will honor his legacy every day by fighting to defend our Constitution. I implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same. America is worth the fight. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of former Isle of Wight County Supervisor, Pastor William McCarty. I was deeply saddened to hear of his passing in January. He will be deeply missed by all who knew him. Known to his community as Pastor Mac, he was a friend and tireless servant to the Isle of Wight community as both a pastor at Healing Water Worship Center and a local elected official. He first came to our region as a 22-year-old in 1999 to revive the small Smithfield Church of God congregation, spending more than 25 years successfully growing it into the thriving church community it is today. As the true servant that he was, he successfully ran to represent Carrollton on the Board of Supervisors in 2015, working tirelessly to make sure that Isle of Wight was one of the fastest growing counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia. My thoughts are with his loving wife Amanda and their 2 children and their granddaughter. May God uplift his family and loved ones in this time of sorrow and bless his memory. We will always be grateful for his service to his community and to our Commonwealth. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the remarkable life of retired U.S. Army Major General Edward Greer, a veteran who broke barriers and made history as one of the service's first black generals. His military career began when he enlisted in the segregated Army Reserve during World War II. He achieved the rank of Master Sergeant while attached to the 777th Field Artillery Battalion, an all-black unit. Upon commissioning as a second lieutenant in the regular Army, he pursued a second enlistment during the Korean and Vietnam Wars. He concluded 33 years of service, retiring at the rank of Major General as the Deputy Commanding General of the U.S. Military Personnel Center. Last year, in March, I had the honor of visiting him at his home in El Paso to celebrate his life for his 100th birthday. On January 29th of this year, this extraordinary man died peacefully in his home. I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. We honor the life of this hero, husband, father, and patriot, and we celebrate his immeasurable contributions to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pakistan is an appreciated partner for 70 years of the United States, and our relationship with them is strongest when Pakistan embraces democratic principles and rule of law. Sadly, Pakistan's military has undermined democracy by jailing former Prime Minister Imran Khan. There are strong disagreements with Mr. Khan, including his weak policies toward war criminal Putin and the Chinese Communist Party. But political opponents should be defeated in democratic elections and not jailed or fabricated political charges. President Donald Trump survived corrupt judicial system and has been persecuting him, and he knows the danger of persecution. Pakistan should release Imran Khan, restoring democracy. Free Imran Khan. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. Best wishes to President Salome Zurishvili of Georgia and President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine for defending democracy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share a rising concern for public health. My state of Ohio is the second largest egg-producing state in our nation, and nationwide, over 14 million egg-laying birds have been killed since December of last year due to the growing bird flu outbreak. That is why the cost of eggs are skyrocketing. And this is why we must get this outbreak under control as human infection rates rise. On January 6th, the first American died from this infection. With each new human infection, the virus learns how to mutate and infect more people. When studying this tragic death, the CDC found the virus had started to mutate, that means split, in two different ways. For the record, just one human infection, and we know the number of infections jumped to 66 human infections last year. History instructs it is only a matter of time until doctors see sustained human-to-human transmission increasing. And despite this reality, the new administration ordered all divisions of our Department of Health and Human Services to halt their external communications. Bad idea. If the FDA wanted to warn Americans about a recalled item, they can't do so. The CDC needs to report what's happening around our country so that the bird flu doesn't continue to kill not just flocks, but our Americans. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible work of ATA Space, a business in my district, and is shaping the future of American space exploration. As we return to the moon and set our sights on Mars, one challenge remains: the ability to refuel spacecraft in orbit. This requires storing fuels at temperatures hundreds of degrees below freezing and transferring them while traveling 17,000 miles per hour in microgravity. That's no easy task. The dedicated team at Ada Space has been at the forefront of solving this challenge, but like so many small businesses driving innovation, they need support at a critical moment. That support came from a local community bank that provided essential credit to keep them moving forward. Thanks to that local support, Ada Space is thriving, and later this year they will launch their satellite to advance the future of American spaceflight. Community banks are the cornerstone of our entrepreneurial spirit, and on this Financial Services Committee under Chairman Hill, we are making community banking great again. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, President Trump issued an illegal and unconstitutional order for the federal government to halt the flow of federal funds. Shortly after, FEMA shut down its online portal used to distribute disaster assistance across the country. As if it wasn't enough, President Trump wants the federal government to dissolve FEMA and push disaster response and recovery to the states. These policies are not just alarming, they're downright terrifying for communities in Maui, Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and now California, still trying to recover from recent disasters. Ending FEMA will be catastrophic for small and rural communities and states across the country that do not have the financial and human resources to quickly and effectively respond to major disasters. In their times of uncertainty and need, Americans deserve to know that the federal government will be there for them, no matter where they live. They look to their government for help. Instead, Trump wants to abandon them. This is wrong. This is cruel, and I demand my colleagues, especially those representing disaster-impacted communities, to oppose any funding freeze or delays and any efforts to dissolve FEMA. Americans deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an individual whose unwavering dedication, exceptional leadership, and commitment to public safety has made a profound impact on our community. The epitome of a public service, Sheriff Michael Bouchard was named 2025 Sheriff of the Year by the Major County Sheriffs of America. Sheriff Bouchard is no stranger to this title, having received similar awards from the National Sheriff's Association and Michigan's Sheriff's Association. Serving as sheriff since 1999, Sheriff Bouchard has set a standard that others strive to attain. Whether through community programs, outstanding crisis management, or simply being a resource to his team, Sheriff Bouchard has shown what it means to lead and lead with purpose and heart. The 1.2 Michiganders that live in Oakland County have a safer place to call home thanks to Sheriff Bouchard. On behalf of our communities in Oakland County, thank you for your service. And congratulations on this well-deserved honor. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my disgust over the Trump administration's reckless actions to dismantle DEIA programs across the federal government, particularly within the Veterans Administration. These programs have been crucial in ensuring that veterans of all walks of life receive the gender-specific and culturally competent care they deserve. Over 9 million veterans rely on the VA for their care, and the President's directive to end all diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility initiatives jeopardizes the health and well-being of our veterans. Healthcare providers know that understanding the unique needs of veterans from diverse backgrounds is key to improving their health outcomes. This assault on DEIA programs puts those outcomes at risk and widens healthcare disparities. These actions are disgraceful and dangerous, and I call on the President not to put veterans' lives at risk in order to further extremist ideology and an extremist agenda. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 22 brave men and women from the Oakland Fire Department. These men and women responded to the call for help and literally ran into the fire last month in Southern California. While many firefighters from the Oakland Fire Department volunteered, which sums up our department's amazing commitment to service throughout our state, 22 members of our fire department came down from Oakland, California, to join other men and women from around the country to aid Southern California in this horrendous and heartbreaking effort to quench the fire. As we see historic wildfires across California, the intensity will continue to remain, and our fervor and our commitment to support our first responders will be swift. As the representative for Oakland, California, and for California's 12th, I will continue to ensure that California's 12th congressional district is prepared and climate resilient.
Time has expired.
I am committed to making sure that our departments in my district and throughout California have what they need to keep Californians safe. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my comments.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this institution has a choice to either be an independent, deliberative body or to rubber stamp foolish policies. What man desires to punish our neighbors, to insult and intimidate our closest ally, Canada, when they have done nothing to warrant this action? Levying a tariff is an economic tool to be used carefully and strategically to deal with bad actors on the international scene who willfully undercut American fair trade. The 25% tariff that's proposed on Canada is counterproductive and mean-spirited. Its application to Mexico is equally devastating to us. It will raise prices for the everyday American. When they go to the stores, over 1,200 goods will see prices rise with no rise in their paycheck. It will impact goods sold by American companies in Canada and Mexico as they impose retaliatory tariffs to defend themselves. American families, not foreign leaders, will bear the burden, and the President himself acknowledged Americans would face some pain. Wall Street and Main Street alike know that agricultural products, cars, steel, gas, all of this is a self-inflicted wound, all unnecessary. This institution needs to listen to Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan eloquently warned American politicians not to do this. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor an amazing activist, educator, organizer, trailblazer, family man, and friend. Mayor Theron Goins was a pillar of the North Las Vegas community, and Nevadans said goodbye to him last week. Mayor Goins began his service in the Air Force and carried on as an educator in the Clark County School District, first as a teacher, then counselor, adult education coordinator, assistant principal, and then principal. He spent 20 years on the North Las Vegas City Council, 12 of them as mayor pro tem. Before his passing, he witnessed his daughter become the first black mayor of any city in Nevada, for the same city where he served. Mayor Goins' life was dedicated to making things better for others, and a grateful community honors his contributions on this day. I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family and the Theron H. and Naomi D. Goins Elementary School, located in my congressional district, where we celebrate his years of diligent service and commitment to community. A graduate of Prairie View A&M University, a member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Mayor Goins lived a life that inspires so many who knew him and set an example for all to aspire. The North Las Vegas community will miss his leadership, his commitment to others, and his charming smile. Thank you for all that you've given us, Mayor Goins. Rest in peace, rest in power. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 2B2 of the Commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture Act, Public Law 117 through 140, in the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture to fill the existing vacancy thereon.
Ms. Michelle Park Still of Surfside, California.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a proud, liberated Democrat, unbossed, unbought, and unafraid. I rise as one who is not a sunshine freedom fighter, one who can stand before the crowds. This is what a sunshine freedom fighter does. Stand before the crowd, plenty of people to surround you and receive the cheers. I believe that there are times when one has to stand alone. And on some issues, it is better to stand alone, Mr. Speaker, than not stand at all. So today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to proclaim February 4th, 2025, as a day that will live in infamy. It was a day when the leaders of two nuclear powers stood next to each other. And these nuclear power representatives, these persons who had the ability to create a nuclear holocaust, something that not even the mind of Dante can imagine. These two persons made comments about Gaza. One person said it would be nice, not in these exact words, to make Gaza a better place for people to live. I'm paraphrasing. But this person went on to talk about how this superpower would take over Gaza and how this superpower might at some point have the American military to have boots on the ground in Gaza. Not in those exact words. These two superpowers there to work together, and the other said, well, I think this is an idea worth considering, to have the Palestinians move to another location. These two superpowers, the United States of America and Israel, were represented by the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel. Two superpowers that are not in the business of saying things without thought, or they shouldn't be if they do. These two superpowers who could operationalize what they say. The United States of America can go into Gaza by and through its military. It can take over Gaza. It can remove the Palestinians from Gaza. The United States of America has already, with our tax dollars, sent money into Israel, munitions to Israel, and Israel has gone into Gaza. Yes, I know why. And yes, I believe that what Hamas did was a dastardly deed. And yes, that should have been redressed. But there's a point in time when your redress becomes an offense as opposed to a defense. And Israel went into Gaza and killed thousands of babies, obliterated schools, destroyed hospitals, infrastructure. Israel, with our tax dollars, and some of their own, and others perhaps, but our tax dollars, Israel destroyed Gaza. President himself has said that Gaza is no longer habitable. Not in those exact words. Israel, the United States of America, represented by their various agents, now indicating that Gaza can be taken over. But I marveled, quite frankly, at something that happened. The President of the United States of America said, I've talked to everybody, and everybody that I've talked to, they agree. Well, apparently the Saudis didn't agree. Apparently the Jordanians didn't agree. The Egyptians didn't agree. The Europeans didn't agree. There seems to be great disagreement, Mr. President, with what you said you would do in Gaza. And Mr. President, for your edification, and Mr. Prime Minister, for your education and edification, you should have talked to the Palestinians. You talked to people other than the Palestinians about what would happen to the Palestinians. The Palestinians are not cattle. They're not animals that you can herd and push in one corner or decide you can go here and be happy. The Palestinians have the right to self-determination in their land. Gaza belongs to Palestinians. At one time, that whole area was called Palestine. Now you can't find Palestine on a map. I want you to know, Mr. Netanyahu, that what you said when you said this was worthy of consideration, you were agreeing with what the President of the United States said, and I want both of you to know that this act, what you were proposing, was ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing, Mr. President. Ethnic cleansing, Mr. Prime Minister. The two of you, superpowers, we are a global superpower, the United States of America. Israel is a regional superpower. You can operationalize what you say. You ought to be careful about the things that you say when you're speaking about the lives of other people. And I want you to know, the two of you, that what you have done cannot be erased. It is indelible. It is indelible. It is a stain on Israel, and it will be a stain on Israel. From now until the end of times, people will remember that the Prime Minister of Israel, the Prime Minister of the state that passed a law that said that from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state. That's what the Israel Knesset did. The Prime Minister of Israel has agreed that the Palestinians could be taken away or moved, and that the United States could take over Gaza. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President, what you have done brings shame onto both countries, and I love my country, but you have brought shame on it. That doesn't mean that I don't still love it, because I love what it stands for. I salute the flag, say the Pledge of Allegiance, sing the national anthem. But the greatness of America is not in whether I will do these things. The greatness of America is in whether we will appreciate and allow people who do not do these things to have the freedom to do them. But what I'm saying to both of you is this. You brought shame on your respective countries, the United States of America and Israel. And that shame is something that you cannot walk back. You can't crawl it back. You can't slither it back. You brought shame on two great countries. And I assure you that it will live on your records and live in the annals of time forever. A day that will live in infamy, February the 4th. But it also calls to mind something else. It calls to mind now how this didn't just start on February 4th, 2025. It started in 1948 when the United States of America was the first country to recognize Israel as a country. And when we did it, we did not recognize a state for the Palestinians. That was the genesis of it. And it has now come to fruition that the Israelis, by and through their prime minister, desire to have us take over Gaza. This is shameful. So here's what I think has to happen. And I speak for myself and everybody who agrees with me. I will boycott. I will boycott. I want my colleagues to hear that. You have put us in a position such that if we disapprove of this kind of invidious discrimination and harm that's being perpetrated, that we can't say anything about it. I'm saying I will boycott. My first boycott will take place when there's a vote on sending more money, more tax dollars to Israel. If you bring a standalone bill to the floor, I'm going to boycott with my vote. I will not vote to send another dime to Israel. Israel has to do more than simply say, well, what we said the other day was not a big deal. We were just talking about a temporary relocation. That's not what you said. And we're not going to let you crawl that back. So I'm going to boycott. I know that there are persons who believe that to say that is somehow inappropriate. Well, I'm saying it live here and now. I will boycott. And I also understand that if I or you or you or you and someone else, any two of my colleagues, took to a podium and have it televised, and if you would say, I believe we ought to buy Israel and we ought to relocate the Israelis, I believe that if you said that, you'd never live it down. You'd be called anti-Semitic if you talked about relocating Israel the same way people are talking about relocating the people of Gaza, the Palestinians. You'd be anti-Semitic. So what does that make the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel? You have to be anti-Palestinian. You cannot say what you said and not be anti-Palestinian. This day is going to live in infamy. This will be forever a part of your history. Anti-Palestinian. But it didn't just start on that moment in time. It had to be a part of the Knesset of Israel. When they voted to not have a Palestinian state west of the Jordan. That's another way of saying from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state. You can't say that in this country. If you say that, you will be labeled an anti-Semite. If you say that and you're a member of Congress, you'll be brought into the House and you'll be sanctioned for it. It happened to one of my colleagues, someone that I have respect for. May I change that? I have great respect for. It happened to her. Rashida Tlaib, from the river to the sea, and you're sanctioned, but you can pass a law in the Knesset saying from the river to the sea there will be no Palestinian state, yet a slogan that she could not operationalize, by the way. You can operationalize what you say, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, yet you don't want others to say what you are doing. You talk about how the Palestinians, more specifically Hamas, is an existential threat to Israel. You, Mr. President, and you, Mr. Prime Minister, are not just an existential threat. You are operationalizing that threat. You are, as I speak and as you spoke, making your plans to take over Gaza. You ought to have some sense of justice and righteousness and fair play, which seems to be absent from your very souls, for you to say these things and then deny others to say them. To have already done this, denied others from saying what you are doing. There is no amount of shame that you can show now. I assure you, this will be a stain on your records forever and a stain on the state of Israel and on the United States of America that you would go to the podium and do this. And you've done other things, Mr. President. I'm not going to go through an entire laundry list. I will talk about many of these things from time to time. But I want you to know, Mr. President, that I, personal pronoun, standing alone here in the House of Representatives, not looking for a cheering crowd, not looking for people to pat me on the back. Most of the people don't bother to care, it seems. But I will bring what you fear the most, because you've talked about how you think that we shouldn't have done what we did, and I, who laid the foundation for impeachment in the House of Representatives, along with the Honorable Maxine Waters. I don't want to ever take away the role that she played because she was there. But I will bring articles of impeachment to this floor. I will bring articles of impeachment to the floor of the House of Representatives. And I'm not saying that the articles will be about this, and I'm not saying what I'm talking about today, February 4th, 2025, being a day to live in infamy. And I'm not saying that they won't. I'm not going to say what will be in those articles now, because those articles will become a reality on the floor after a passage of time. We need to make sure that time has given other people an understanding. I think, and you know that I support peaceful protest. At some point, there will be people in the streets peacefully protesting with signs with impeachment on them. It's going to happen. And when it happens, I will come back to this floor at some point. May come back before. I will come back before, in fact, because what I will do will help to lay the foundation for the impeachment that is to come. And by the way, I've got 4 years to do it. 4 years. There is no rush, but I want you to know, and I want this to help galvanize the public, because marching is a great thing. But you have to have a goal. What is the end game? For me, the end game is to remove a president from office who would engage in ethnic cleansing. And there are other things that I shall not mention now that I would have him removed from office for. But you got to have the end game, for that's the end game for me. So when I march, and I shall be marching soon, If I march alone, it will be to remove this president from office. And I've got 4 years to do it. I've got this Congress, and there's another Congress. Now, there are some people who will agree with me if we take back the House. Friends, if we never take back the House, I'm going to do it. Because people need to know that there's a certain amount of courage within these chambers, and there are people who will not stand for what we're seeing, who won't stand for taking over the Department of Education, who won't stand for attempting to vitalize the nation, who won't stand for attempting to roll back the clock to segregation. There are some of us who won't stand for that. There are some people who will not stand by and watch you eviscerate the FBI and install people who are going to be loyal to you and not the Constitution. There are some people who won't stand for it. Others will do things to indicate their positions. I'm doing things to indicate my position. And I remember when I filed impeachment articles before. It was after the president fired Mr. Comey, Mr. James Comey, the director of the FBI. He fired Mr. Comey because Mr. Comey was investigating him. Mr. Comey would not tell the president, I'm not investigating you. The president wanted Mr. Comey out of loyalty, out of the president allowing him to be the director. He expected Mr. Comey to say, well, Mr. President, you're all clear. We're not investigating you. Well, he fired Mr. Comey, and we did not impeach him for that. If we had impeached him for that, we might not be here today, because we have given him reason to believe that if he could fire the director for investigating him, why not fire everybody that was a part of an investigation, a lawful investigation based on things that he did, a lawful investigation. He believes he can do it. We cannot allow this kind of injustice to go unnoticed. We cannot take this notion of we'll get to that when appropriate at a later time. Now is the time to stand up to injustice. Now is the time to let people know that you got the guts, the courage, the moral turpitude, the strength of your convictions. Stand up for your country. Stand against what you see happening. How can you see the takeover of the constabulary, the FBI, the CIA? What federal FBI agent will see the president commit a crime and call it to anybody's attention, knowing that the president can fire him, knowing that the Supreme Court has already given him immunity, knowing that the president can take his livelihood? We are putting the president not above the law, but beyond the law, beyond any means of redress for the injustices he perpetrates. That's not the country I want, and that's not the country my Republican friends across the aisle want. They're just too timid to say it. I'm not. And I want you to know also, Mr. President, that you're doing them a disservice. Here's why you're doing them a disservice. Because you can do these dastardly things and bring them along, drag them along, put anybody you want in charge of the Department of Defense. Put anybody you want, just anybody. Doesn't matter. That's your choice. You can do these things and they can support you, but here's where you harm them. America's going to wake up. Some of them won't be coming back to Congress. You don't worry about getting reelected. Some of them do. You're putting them in a bad position. Someone will say, well, Al Green, you may not come back to Congress. If I don't come back, I will know that before I left, I spoke truth not only to power, but about power. Many of them will just leave in shame, afraid, fear of the president, afraid that he'll try to get Elon to spend $25 million against them, just as they did Jamal, just as they did Corey. And we never said a word about those, and that's another speech. But my point to you is, we cannot allow this kind of injustice to go unnoticed. And I assure you that what you have done to bring shame on yourselves, what you have done, Mr. President and Mr. Prime Minister, to disgrace the countries that you represent, will live in infamy, and it will live in the records of the Congress of the United States of America. Not only by virtue of this speech, but also by written words that will be placed in the record, so that those who look through the vista of time, when they look upon this time, they will know who had the guts to stand here in the House of Representatives and call out your injustices. Mr. Speaker, I'm a person who's not afraid of what I have been and am now. I'm reaching my final comments. These are my final comments. I've said I'm a liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, unafraid. I'm also woke. Not in the sense that my colleagues have redefined the words to suit their unjust means, but in the sense that it has been defined more specifically in the sense that you can find it in a dictionary. I am awake and I understand injustice and prejudice. I know what it looks like. I had the Klan to burn a cross in my yard. I know what it sounds like. I've been called ugly names. I know what it smells like. I had to go to the back door in my lifetime in restrooms that were never cleaned, it seems. And I know what it hurts like, because I have felt the pain myself of invidious discrimination. So I am woke. I know injustice when I see it. And what occurred on February 4th was an injustice. So I am woke, and I have this flag. This is my favorite T-shirt. I took a picture of it rather than wear it on the floor. I am woke, and the flag says I love my country. In spite of all this, what this country has done to me, I still love my country because I love what it stands for, not the behavior that it exhibits at all times. And then I have Black Lives Matter. I am woke, and I want you to know that Black Lives Matter. And I'm saying I want you to know this because they do. Someone will say, but Al, don't you know that all lives matter? Yes, but when my mother was ill and she was in the hospital, and I spoke to the doctors, and I knew there were other people who were sick, but we were talking about my mother. And I didn't say, doctor, everybody's sick. I want you to go out there and help them all. I did want everyone to recover. But I knew the suffering of my mother. And so I explained to the doctor, I want you to take care of her. I want you to treat her with dignity and respect. I want her to be a patient that means something to you. My mother's life mattered. And if somebody had asked me, I would say, yes, my mother's life mattered. Well, Black lives mattered. Black people suffered 240 plus years of slavery. Black people suffered 100 years of invidious discrimination after having suffered, and there are 95 graves in Texas to prove what I'm about to say. People were literally used with black codes to place them in jail. Then they would lease them out, and many of them would never, ever have freedom again. Convict leasing. 240 plus years of slavery, years of convict leasing, black codes, and then 100 years thereabout of invidious discrimination known as segregation, which was really racism by any name. So Black Lives Matter. I have to say this because invidious discrimination against black people still exists. And if I don't have the courage to say that Black Lives Matter, who should? I was elected by a good constituency, many of whom are black. I fight for Latinos. I fight for the LGBTQ community. I fight against the anti-Islamics. I fight for justice for all, including women, justice for all, including all of the various religious groups. But that doesn't mean that I can't tell you that Black Lives Matter because of the suffering that black people have endured and still endure. And Black Lives Matter because America is not a meritocracy. I hear my colleagues talking about how we should not have any DEI programs because this is a meritocracy. But find another reason. It's not a meritocracy. If America were a meritocracy where the most qualified person would get the job, you'd have somebody else as Secretary of Defense. It's not a meritocracy. It is a country currently where conservative, white, wealthy men have power and where they're willing to use it. Black Lives Matter. I am woke, and I'm proud to be an American. And I will close with the remedy for all of these problems. Mr. Speaker, here's the remedy for all of these problems. They're found in a poem that I did not write, a poem. The style of the poem is The Cold Within, The Cold Within. It speaks to what we shouldn't do, and in understanding what we shouldn't do, we can understand what we must do. People of goodwill, the cold within. 6 humans trapped by happenstance in black and bitter cold. Each one possessed a stick of wood, or so the story's told. Their dying fire in need of logs, the first man held his back, because on the faces around the fire he noticed one was black, and the next man looking across the way saw one not of his church, and he couldn't convince himself to give the fire his stick of birch. The third man sat in tattered clothes. He gave his coat a hitch. Why should his stick of wood be put to use to warm the idle rich? And the rich man just sat back and thought of all he had in store and how to keep what he had earned from the lazy, shiftless poor. And the last man of the forlorn group did not accept for gain. Giving only to those who gave was how he played the game. Their logs held tight in death-still hands. They didn't die from the cold without. They died from the cold within. My dear brothers and sisters, people of goodwill, eliminate the cold within your hearts. Unite to fight the injustices that can cause us to lose our country. I yield back the balance of my time.
I'll remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. And members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Read it. Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Forgive us as we're getting ourselves organized. The gentleman from Texas ended a couple minutes sooner than we expected. For anyone listening, whether it be staff, another member, anyone that actually gives a darn, give me your first 4 minutes, because the first 4 minutes is I need to explain why we've been joking about it in a dark way. We're in the budget wars. It's about reconciliation. Why is there such angst by some of us? You know, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I chair the Joint Economic Committee, so I'm the idiot with all the economists. I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I'm not good at many things in life. I'm okay at math. What's going on that is stressing us? Last night I could barely sleep because I had read report after report after report, and the math was devastating. And this is what we need to understand. Here's our reality. And forgive us, we've been going as fast as we can in our office to find some way to explain what the hell's going on. At the end of this budget year, so September 30th, end of this budget year, United States debt by Congressional Budget Office is projected to be $37.2 trillion. Okay. They're projecting over the next 10 years, we add another $20 trillion. But if you then, on top of that, so the debate that's been going on is we have these provisions of the 2017 tax reform. Thank you. The 2017 tax reform that are expiring at the end of this year. If you go take it to 2035, because that's sort of the 10-year window, 9 budget years, it's another $5.5 trillion. Then you add onto that the interest, because it turns out if you were to finance it, not pay for any of it, that's another $1.3 trillion on top of that. Then if you were to come in here and then take the president's requests. So let's just, because we have a couple members here, just say, just do everything, make everyone happy. Screw my retirement, the next generation. America will be fine. If you add it all up, by 2035, you have over $74 trillion in debt. You're somewhere in the 155 or so % of the entire economy is borrowed. Today, we're a little less than 100. So the point I'm trying to make here, even if you do the calculation of publicly sold debt, because as I've tried to explain, you have like the Social Security Trust Fund, which is gone in 8 years. But we borrow the money out of that and we do pay interest on it. But if you take everything where we sell bonds to the world, to each other, to our retirement accounts, to pensions, when the day we got elected, Mr. Speaker, so long time ago, what was that? November. U.S. sovereign debt that was held by the public was around $28 trillion. These numbers right now say that number that took, 240 years of publicly held debt, we intend to double in 9 years. In 9 years, we're going to functionally add another $28 trillion of publicly held debt. Actually, a little more if we do these things on finance. Finance them and don't try to pay for them. This is my 4-minute spiel. When you see some of us stressing out, when you see some of us, he's being disharmonious. Maybe it's because I own a damn calculator. If these numbers don't make you pucker up and scare the crap out of you, you don't understand. Yet the hallways around here are full of people that demanding we give them more money. Or they want more barriers to entry. Or they don't want to change their business models. They want to do it in archaic fashions. Because it might make them have to compete. This is no longer the next generation. This is your own retirement. Look, I accept, I'm traditionally, I tease behind this microphone, I'm pathologically optimistic. My wife and I were both 62 years old, and we have a 2.5-year-old. We've adopted, but we also have a 9-year-old. When my little boy is functionally 24 years old, the math says every single tax in America needs to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. The wheels are coming off. Do you really think the bond market? Oh, we want to keep buying U.S. sovereign debt, even though you've gone and doubled it in 9 years. You don't think we're going to start to pay? We did a math problem a couple weeks ago on this floor, and we showed that if we stressed the bond markets, if we got up to a 6% handle, and it wasn't that many decades ago, U.S. sovereign debt was up, kissing up around 6%. In 9 years, 45% of all U.S. tax receipts went to interest. You think this is a game? The bond market is on the edge of running this country, not us. If you're a member of Congress and you claim that you care about debt and deficits and the next generation and working people and people's retirement, and you don't have this poster up somewhere in your office, how do you understand the math? The wheels are coming off. And I'm going to show in a bunch of these slides, there's a path. We can produce some level of stabilization. It means doing really hard things, which you know how good we are at doing hard things, because once again, there'll be an army of people outside the door all upset with us because we're trying to do hard things. You've known this has been coming for decades. When I was an idiot kid, in the 80s, I remember my statistics professor. She basically did a chart, this is like 1983, saying, okay, here's baby boomers. This is going to happen. There's this huge bubble. The thing we weren't prepared for is U.S. fertility rates started to collapse in 1990. We don't have enough young people. I'm going to show some charts of how hard it is to keep up productivity and growth. And it's not just the United States. It's all across the world. There's a shortage of young people. But we're going to pretend that we can just grow our way out of things. That's complete, not untruth. If we do what a handful of our members are asking and just look the other way and just give everything to everyone without paying for it. And look, I think it's outrageous there's a discussion. It would be immoral, I believe, to allow the tax rates to go up on working people. But it's also immoral not to find a way to pay for it. Are you ready to condemn this country in 9 budget years, 10 calendar years, to functionally financial Armageddon? Because this is actually in the 10-year window now. This is not some theoretical number years and years and years and decades from now. It's here. And if interest rates were to move against us, it's functionally almost Armageddon. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna bounce around a little bit. So think about this. Why are some of us trying so hard to get as much in the way of modernization, cost changes, those things? So we have $5.5 trillion, if you do the 2035, of expiring provisions that would raise taxes on our brothers and sisters in this country. We need that not to happen. But understand its actual cost. It's not only the $5.5 trillion. If you just did it, if you just pass it, it's another $1.3 trillion of interest over those 10 years. That means in 2035, the interest handle for America is $2 trillion a year. Just interest will be $2 trillion a year in 9 budget years if we don't find ways to do offsets. How can this not terrify people? Are there people in the White House that have calculators? Are our brothers and sisters here, do you really think the debt markets, oh, we want to buy that much more U.S. sovereign bond? Look, There's a funny fact, an interesting factoid, it's not necessarily funny. The world today has the highest ratio of debt since the Napoleonic Wars. And if you remember your history, after that there was years and years and years of misery as governments tried to figure out how to unwind and go to war with each other and those things because of the depressions that it caused. We're not the only country binging on debt. And I'll say this a couple times, and it's the one thing that gets me really hateful emails and text messages. 100%, well, almost 100% of the next 10 years of debt is interest and demographics. Almost all of it is Medicare. Our brothers and sisters, people like me, baby boomers, gray hair, we're moving into our earned benefits. We didn't set aside enough money, and we've been unwilling to modernize how we deliver services because it annoys the lobbyists and the people at home, and people get uncomfortable. Oh, David, you want to use technology. You don't have a choice. You just don't have a choice. It's not my feelings, it's math. But you start to look at this. If you look at the data right now, if we were to do the expiring tax provisions within the budget window, the United States will pay $2 trillion plus a year just in interest. And that's at today's interest rates. That's without even a calculation of raising interest rates going up. I've been trying to figure out how to sort of explain. I can say this one easier. We're going to come close to spending the 7% of the entire economy this year in borrowed money. If we do these things without paying for them, in 10 years, we're not going to be borrowing 7% of the economy. We're going to be borrowing around 9.2% of the economy. This is not a game. So let's actually walk through one or two more of these to try to get our heads around what's actually going on. You got to understand, you see the blue here? Okay, dark purple, if that's purple. Forgive my, this is interest. That's our debt we're adding. And here's our problem. What happens this year if we borrow a couple $1 trillion this year? You do realize half that's interest. Half of it is now interest. Interest now is the second biggest expense in the United States government. Defense is actually number 4. I always love it when I'm having a conversation with one of my friends on the left. Well, if we just cut defense, defense is now number 4 on the spend stack. Interest is number 2. And there's a couple models that if we keep borrowing and interest rates move against us in a decade or so, interest could be the number 1 expense in the United States government. And I've done presentation after presentation of this concept called interest fragility. I think I'm probably the only one that listened to it, and sometimes I wonder if I even listen to myself. This isn't a game. There's a reason the British government collapsed this summer. Liz Truss? Yeah, we're a hell of a lot bigger economy. Do we really think, because we have the 2 great extraordinary privileges of the reserve currency and being a country that people want to do business in, live in, prosper in? Do you think we keep those things if we keep this sort of clown show going? So let's actually walk through a couple more of these, and then I'm going to try to have a little fun mocking some of the suggestions that keep coming in. Debt held by the public under alternative conditions. Trying to make increase in primary deficits. This is where, and I need to explain, this is going to be a little tricky. In 2033, because what was done in this body in lame duck, where we functionally took another couple $100 billion out of Social Security and paid it out without replacing the money, now it looks like the number is in mid-2033, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. CBO, now the law for Social Security says you cut seniors' benefits, math is about 20%. So we will double senior poverty the following year. But that's not how CBO is forced under the law to do the math. The math, there's an actual law that says you're not allowed to show a zero balance. That's why we're doing this. So that means in 2034, there's $600 billion of borrowing that's shoved in that's actually to make up the balance, the shortfall in Social Security. And next year, it's more. So if you add up 2023, 24, 25, there's like another 1.7 trillion because Social Security is empty. And you don't want to double senior poverty, but we're also far too fearful to actually tell, our voters the truth. And the fact of the matter is, every time one of us idiots, me, gets up and tries to find a way to stabilize the Social Security Trust Fund, that side starts running attack ads on you because they care more about winning the next election than they do doubling senior poverty in America. It's just absolutely immoral. It's almost like, because the math, so you start to look at what's going on here. If we're really heading towards a time where just the primary deficit that's publicly sold without the other request from the president, we're at 55 plus trillion. And that's, we're playing a very dangerous game here. And yet, my sense of frustration is off the charts. And look, this one's, it's very simple. Within the budget window, publicly held debt, not also the borrowing from the trust funds, publicly held debt, if we were to do the expiring tax provisions without paying for them, we're at 149% of debt to GDP. We will functionally have raised U.S. debt by 50% in 9 budget years. So how many members here ran on a promise of, we're going to save America, we're going to save our retirements, we're going to save our kids, we're going to save the future, we're going to pretend math doesn't exist? Because this is what's going on. So let's actually walk through some of the ideas that have been coming into our office. And when I do this, yeah, there's going to be a little tone of sarcasm, but it's more for my own personal amusement. Trying to help people understand how big 12 zeros is. Trying to understand how difficult this math is. Because if I watch one more idiot on talk or cable television saying, all we have to do is this, look how wonderful that is, that's not the math. So let's actually have a little fun here. Okay, great. Wall Street Journal yesterday said, hey, there's 40,000 federal employees which have said they'll take a retirement package. Okay, I'm ignoring, hey, if they took the package today, we pay them through the rest of the year. I'm just ignoring that math. But what is 40,000 federal employees times an average salary? I think we used 106,000, which we got from one of the reports, and you just multiply that. And understand, and this is the conservative number, we're borrowing about $6 billion a day. That 40,000 federal employees leaving is a single day of borrowing. For an entire year, all those folks leaving, single day of borrowing. You got 24 hours of borrowing by 40,000 federal employees leaving. Yet I watched someone on television last night saying, well, look, we're going to make a huge dent in the U.S. deficit with these 40,000 taking early retirement. It's one day of borrowing. That's not spending, borrowing. And remember, by the end of the decade, that borrowing's up per day dramatically. Take this in. This is one of the grand solutions. Now, the point I want to make is you probably have to do it. You got to do all of them. It's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of things all stacked up just to provide some stability. Because can we as a country get back to just borrowing about 3% of our economy a year instead of 7, or God forbid, a decade from now over 9? But you got to stop lying to each other. Our staffs have to stop lying to us. The press has to stop making crap up. And we've got to help the public understand the scale of what the hell's going on. 40,000 employees taking early retirement. The salary savings is 1 day of borrowing. So let's have a little more fun. Okay, so someone yesterday said, okay, let's get rid of the federal subsidy on tax-exempt bonds for stadiums. Okay, great. We calculate that's about 6 or 7 seconds of borrowing for a year. Seven seconds. But this is worthy. Yeah, I'm going to throw it in the stack, but is this really your debate line? We're not going to subsidize tax-exempt interest for billionaire sports team owners? Great. Okay, fine. But it's 7 seconds. So let's do a couple of the really popular ones. Absolutely, we're going to have to do some of these things. Suggest cut their, Department of Education salaries. So if you get rid of the Department of Education salaries, and I think this is all of them, is about $2.75 billion. So we just wiped down, remember, you still got to transfer the loan portfolios and all those things, but you just got rid of the employees. You just covered 9 hours of borrowing. 9 hours of borrowing. Am I starting to make a point on the scale of what we have to actually tell the truth and deal with? So let's have a little more fun here. One of my favorite ones, because I had this the other day, let's get rid of health care for those who are here illegally. Okay, now most of the math we did here is Obamacare subsidies for DACA recipients. We come up with about this is the emergency services for undocumented. So we calculate that to be about $2.1 billion a year. This is the emergency health care on undocumented. Okay, got you another 9 hours. So let's actually go to something a little bigger. Let's get rid of the foreign aid. Okay, foreign aid's gone. You got yourself a week. How many times of those of us on the right, I've been in a debate with another Republican, if we just didn't have foreign aid, we'd be fine. Okay. Now, you've got to deal with the reality of what that does to our military, our footprint in the world, protecting the reserve currency. Why are we the reserve currency? Because we have a footprint, we protect the trade routes, but look, you should know that from your history. But you just wiped it out. You just covered a week of borrowing. Am I starting to make a point here? This is why it's hard. Close the carried interest loophole. Okay, it's about, my math is actually not 12, it's about 13 billion over 10 years. Okay, so it's 13 billion over 10, so you got 1.3 billion. So I'm going to talk around the chart. So 1.3 billion in a year. We borrow about 6 billion a day. So you get yourself an hour, a couple hours. But it's a great talking point. We should get rid of that carried interest of those rich people. Fine, but don't act like it actually solves something. Back to interest fragility, Mr. Speaker. One of the discussions, and this is a little geeky, but it's really, really sort of important. About half of our debt is in what we call notes. So look, there's bills, notes, bonds. It's the hierarchy of a bill is very short term, can be under a couple years. The notes are in the middle term. But right now, half of our debt, actually more than half of our debt, actually about 72% of it is really short term. So we did I was doing it in my head. We're going to borrow about $2 trillion virgin this year, and we're going to probably have to refinance 9 or 10 this year because so much, and that's not the roll, because we have a lot of roll where it goes, sometimes 30 days, 90 days, 6 months. If interest rates move against us, it moves into U.S. debt calculations. Within a year or two, it's all in there. And that's why there keeps being this discussion of, could we go out further? If you want to know what others are, those are the inflation adjusted bonds. But that's why you talk about interest fragility. If suddenly the world goes a little haywire on us, our inflation ticks up and interest rates go up, it pounds the United States, because the previous administration and the one before that, and heaven forbid back into the Obama administration, they stayed very short on the curve because it was a little bit cheaper. The danger of that is if interest rates move against us, it's a technical economic term, we're absolutely screwed. And back to the point on all the notes, as they're all the way down around 2.8. The actual cost of a 10-year is 4.5. All this is going to move into being dramatically more expensive. And you go, oh, who cares? When you functionally have, by the end of this year, close to $30 trillion that has to be borrowed from capital markets, from people around the world, this is a big deal. I showed a little while ago if we were to just finance the $5.5 trillion of expiring tax provisions over the 10 years, that's just $1.3 trillion just financing that. Now imagine the movement on everything else. And you'll be happy to know, because I think a little while ago, UK actually, their 10-year bond actually moved cheaper, less expensive, lower interest rate than the United States. So I think we're back to being the 14th best bet of substantial countries in the world, meaning there's 13 other countries with better credit ratings. Their 10-year bond sells cheaper than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond almost a full point cheaper than the United States. Doesn't that set off an alarm in anyone's head? Am I the only idiot who, sorry, I mean to be going there. I'm trying to find some way, because I'll get these criticisms. David, you talked about math. I don't like math. You may not like it, but the math will always win. So back to a couple more points. The famous pie chart. Everything a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. Every dime of defense is borrowed money. Every dime of non-defense discretionary is borrowed money. I think last fiscal year, $400 billion of earned benefits. And look, what we call the mandatory, the red. Some of that, most of it's earned benefits. It's your Social Security, it's your Medicare, it's your VA pensions, those sorts of things. There's a portion that you get because you're part of a certain tribal population, it's part of a treaty obligation, or you fell below a certain income, Medicaid, or those things. You're basically now in a world 75-25. So, but the numbers are actually better now. So in 2024 fiscal year, for every dollar the United States took in tax receipts, we borrowed $1.39. Excuse me, we spent $1.39. So $1 in, $1.39 out. But it's better now. Now, for every dollar we get in, because tax receipts are actually up, we spend $1.36. How do we go home and tell our folks the scale that the simple solutions are absolutely wrong? They're not truthful. It turns out we have a brutally complex problem. It's going to require a complex solution, and it's going to require doing hard things. But we have people, but I will only vote for if I get this. And those are the very people who I promise you aren't watching this presentation. This isn't a game. These numbers keep getting uglier and uglier. And back to the thing that gets me screamed at, and this board now is getting old, and the numbers are actually worse. Over the next 30 years, we believe the total debt number over the next 30 years is now substantially higher, but this is the one I have. Your country borrows about we spend about $124 trillion deficit. But the things we vote on actually grow slower than tax receipts. So here's the crazy thing. The defense and discretionary, if we had actually followed the sequestration, which we'll bust those caps. As a matter of fact, that's part of the discussion we're having right now is, it makes some of our folks unhappy, so we're going to bust the caps. But if we followed the actual law, in 30 years, defense and non-defense discretionary actually have what we would call a $9 trillion positive. They grew slower than tax receipts. But Medicare and Social Security actually together produce about $116 trillion in deficit, and it's just those two programs and their interest. It's not Republican or Democrat, it's demographics. But telling the truth about demographics isn't great politics. Our job is to blame the other side and then blame us, and then we'll go back and forth and we'll have these incredibly petty, childish, mathematically void debates. Debt deficit and demographics. It is what we are. The difference is, I believe those of us on the right, those of us who are Republicans, have the absolute moral obligation. We're supposed to be the math people, to fix it. Let the other side lie about it. We campaigned, we won. The American people gave us the House, they gave us the Senate, they gave us the presidency. And suddenly, the obligation, we did all this moralizing, and now we run away from the difficulty. So let's actually now have the other thing where I'm going to start to really make a couple of my brothers and sisters annoyed around here. United States, according to the Census Bureau from last month, will have more deaths than births in 8 years. Not a single country in the world, and this is not just the United States, it's basically all the industrialized countries, and much of the world is way ahead of us in this almost dystopian collapse of there being young people. No other country has actually been able to change natalist fertility rates, whatever pop culture word you want to use. There's countries out there that on your third child, they buy you a house, and all they did is move fertility forward, and boom, a couple years later, they just moved back to the mean. Why is this a big deal? When you start to understand total fertility rates and what it means to being able to grow an economy, I'm begging you, give this a chance. If you're watching this, you're obviously unusual, you're smart. If you have a shortage of young people in your country, how do you grow? How do you reach productivity? And there becomes, we can do it by policy. You're not going to have more children, but are you willing to make it easier to adopt technology? Are you going to be fearful of AI, machine learning? Are you going to allow synthetic biology to cure diseases? Are you going to promote automation everywhere you can because you're going to have a shortage of workers? Are we going to remove the regulatory barriers, the financing barriers, to basically having a much more productive society? Because if you don't, there's absolutely no way you can make the math work. This is the reality. And a couple weeks ago, I did a whole series of charts showing if the United States would take on the rest of the world. Because you understand, besides the tax arbitrage the world uses by refunding their value-added tax, yet when we send them something, they put it on. So there's already this tax arbitrage the rest of the world uses on us. The other stupidity we engage in this country is we educate people in our fine universities, and we send them home to compete with us. Wall Street Journal today actually has an article on drug discovery and drug research and how fast China is basically competing with us now in new biologics and those things. And the basic premise is that we educated the very people that are competing with us because we sent them home because we're idiots. And yet I will get folks who will now, right now, pounding out texts saying, but I don't want foreigners in there. Do you want us to be able to pay your Medicare bills? Because if we don't get the growth. So it turns out, what are the two extraordinary privileges of the United States? It's our currency. The world borrows and trades and denominates in U.S. currency. The other, and the economists will tell you, it's worth even more than being the reserve currency of the world. People want to do their business, their investments, bring their intellect, their passions, their entrepreneurialism to the United States. So in the 70s, 80s, 90s, the world knifed each other for hydrocarbons, oil. Last decade, we competed, whether you know it about, for rare earths. The rest of the world figured this out about 10 years ago when Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, Canada all moved to talent-based, STEM-based systems of saying they need smart people to be able to continue to grow. I think the United States is the only major country still doing a familial-based immigration system. And this upsets people when I say this. I want to be able to sponsor my grandma. Great. I'm sure she's lovely. But from an economist standpoint, if we are going to survive as an economy, and particularly if we're about to put together a package on how we're going to cover the $5.5 trillion of expiring provisions by saying, here's the cuts, and we're going to build growth in, are we willing to do the things that are required to hit that growth number? Well, it turns out, yes. Modernizing regulation, great. Turns out, as an economist, you can't hit the number without a talent-based, STEM-based immigration system. You just can't. Because here's your problem. We've built the models. So if we're going to extend expensing for research and development, so we're doing things better, faster, cheaper. What happens when the very companies that are doing that, the research labs that are doing it, continue to show up in my office and say, we can't get enough people. We're being squeezed. We're going to have to do part of the research on the other side of the world. Have we lost our minds? Oh, but David, you can't tell that. That will upset someone. Look, the chaos that was created at the border over the last 4 years crushed the working poor because the working poor sells their talents, their willingness to show up. And now you have millions and millions and millions of other entries. So there's a couple great articles out there basically talking about the working poor's wage growth will probably be flat for the next decade. But there's also part of that same report says you're getting close, I think it was $900 billion, so almost $1 trillion over 10 years of new tax receipts if you move to a STEM-based, talent-based immigration system. And the next decade, it's parabolic. It just explodes because that way you're integrated in the economy. Are we allowed to have that conversation, Mr. Speaker, saying, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to tell ourselves we're going to start growing at these great rates, are we going to do the very tools that allow us to grow, that allow us to prosper, to allow us to raise the productivity. Because, and this chart I know is almost impossible to read. Its punchline is very simple. Unless we have this productivity spike, we're going to get poorer. We see it around the world, that productivity, the ability to have that productivity growth is how you keep up standards of living. We've had a great pop the last couple of years. You know, the investments in AI, those things. But are we going to keep it up? Are we basically going to give our competitive advantage to the rest of the world because we're going to educate the very talent that's bringing it to us and send them home? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping I accomplished three things here to give you a sense of how just absolutely brutal the math is and why it's absolutely necessary we do the moral thing of reduce the spending, modernize the way we deliver services, make the tax code actually grow, and then deal with the reality of what drives our debt and deficits, and then deal with the reality of how we maximize growth and productivity and wealth. Prosperity is moral. I actually believe it is actually the American ethos. My kids, your kids, deserve to be more prosperous than the generation before them. And every data point we hold says our kids will be poorer than our generation. Is that the morality we've decided to bathe in? And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 30 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my district has been hit by wildfires that constitute the greatest fire in terms of total damage, property damage, in the history of America. And there are those who say that California should not get aid unless we change, get this, our voter registration laws. Now, different states have different voter registration processes, and they're all wonderful, and they tend to work pretty well. And I disagree with some of them. But why condition aid? I have been on this floor time and again and voted for aid to Louisiana when they're hit with horrific hurricanes. And I never once said, no, let's turn to hurricane victims and tell them to keep sleeping on their cousin's couch for months and years until Louisiana changes its abortion laws. Now, I disagree with Louisiana's abortion laws. A woman ought to have a right to choose. I believe that strongly, but it never occurred to me to turn to individual families and deny them the aid they need to overcome a giant disaster and to hold them hostage in an effort to get their state legislators to change their statutes. And I hope this House will not do the same to California. Then we're told that the fires in the Palisades relate to California's statewide water management system. This is absolutely absurd. In Los Angeles County, our reservoirs are full to overflowing. We had plenty of water to live our lives, and even in the middle of the fires, no Los Angelino was told, take a short shower or don't water your plants outside. We have debates on how to use water in California. But it had nothing to do. Well, why were fire hydrants dry in my district? Because we have the Palisades, which go up quite steeply. The water system brings that water in at the bottom of the Palisades at sea level. and then you have to pump the water up. And we have a good system to pump the water, a system quite capable of making sure everybody in the Palisades could live their lives, water their plants, and we could fight 5 house fires all at the same time. And then we were hit not with 5, but with 500 house fires at the same time. From winds at an unimaginable level, hurling cinders, flaming cinders as large as a golf ball, in some cases as large as a baseball, hundreds of yards. And we did not have a water pumping system capable of bringing our fully sufficient water to where it was needed up in the Palisades. Now, if the president said, I'm going to build you the fastest water pumping system in the history of America to make sure that you can bring that water up the hill, fine. Instead, what does he do? He has this ridiculous photo op where he releases millions and millions of gallons of water in January, water that not a drop has reached LA County. The water released, that's irrigation water released at the wrong time in January, that flows into basically a dry lake bed where it's evaporating. We wasted enormous amounts of water. Thank God we stepped in and the local officials prevented it from getting worse. And that's why not a single Republican member from California will come here and say anything good about that ridiculous photo op where Donald Trump forces the federal government to waste water in California that could have been used, would have been used in spring and summer to grow crops for America. But talk about bad management. Trump froze the money across all the federal government. He had to tell people that at least he didn't freeze their Social Security checks, although our local health system clinics aren't getting money. What else did he freeze? Community wildfire defense grants. He came to my district. He showed sympathy for the victims. But we also needed him there to inspire the FEMA workers those victims rely on, that are working 12-hour shifts in some cases to bring people the help they need. But what does he do to the FEMA workers? First, he insults them, and then he injures FEMA. How does he insult? He declares he wants all the FEMA workers and that he wants to abolish FEMA. Great thing to say right in the middle of the most intense part of the disaster recovery effort. But then he turns to FEMA workers and says he'll give them 8 months' pay if they'll just quit. In the middle of the disaster recovery period. Right when we need them, he wants them to quit, and he's going to pay them to quit. And he applies this not only to FEMA workers working in a disaster recovery area, both in North Carolina and in California, but he applies this to temporary workers. FEMA has probably more temporary workers per capita than any other government agency because there are disasters. They hire local people. Now, if you were only going to have a job for 6 months, you can announce that you're giving up the job and get paid for 7 or 8 months and do no work. Obviously, this will impair FEMA's ability to help the people in my district. What will also be a problem is if EPA workers who are the specialists in toxic removal, dealing with a fire that has caused more Teslas and other electric cars to go up in smoke than any other fire in the history of the world, creating a toxic problem that only a few people know how to deal with, is offering them a buyout, telling them to quit and stay home. This effort to insult and then injure is also applied to my state. We had Judiciary Committee hearings, the whole purpose of which was to incite California, not just for fun, although some members had fun, but to injure California by creating a political environment that says we're not going to help people recover from this disaster because they're Californians and we hate Californians. Not a good thing to do when we're down, when we're trying to come up from this disaster. And I should point out that this disaster affected not only my district, but there was also the Altadena-Pasadena fire in Judy's Chu's district, and I hope this Congress provides the help that it is always provided to the victims of enormous disasters. Similar problem we have is with the CIA, where intelligence officers have been offered a buyout. Well, who's going to take the buyout? The best and the brightest, who can make at least as much money and probably a lot more in the private sector. You lose your best people. And those in the last year of their service, when we need them to pass on their knowledge, they're going to show us that they know that they don't have to work and they can still get the money thanks to Donald Trump. So what does it take to replace these workers? These intelligence officers? Well, first you have to put them through the security clearance. That can take a year. Then they have to learn foreign languages. Then they have to learn their craft. So who benefits from this? Our enemies, the terrorists, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. And finally, it impairs the ability of the CIA to carry on operations that could undercut the support of the Ayatollahs and hopefully bring regime change and democracy to Iran. Because the only way to be absolutely sure that you don't have a nuclear Iran is to have a nuclear Islamic Republic of Iran, is not to have an Islamic Republic of Iran. But we see this not only at the CIA, but at the FBI, where 8 of the top people have been shown the door, where 5,000 are under investigation for what? For working the files they were assigned, which they are required to do. Now, I wasn't surprised when President Trump eliminated all future investigations of those who came to this floor and imperiled our democracy and imperiled the lives of many of us and our colleagues. But it does surprise me that just because an FBI special agent was assigned a file, they're now under investigation, and it looks like they might quit, that they might get fired, and they're being encouraged to quit, and they get 8 months, or they could stick around and see whether Trump fires them. That free vacation's looking better and better. And how big is this? 5,000 out of the 37,000 employees of the FBI, but the FBI only has 14,000 special agents. Many, perhaps, I believe most of those 5,000 are among those agents, those less than 14,000 agents. If you decapitate the FBI, Americans will die. Mark my words, if you decimate the FBI, Americans will die. If you dismantle the FBI, Americans will die. They will die from the drugs and the gangs, and they will die from the terrorism. This attack on the FBI is an attack on the safety of all Americans. And another attack that doesn't seem like it's an attack on Americans, but really is the decimation of USAID. Now, I would expect Donald Trump, and I would applaud Donald Trump, if he was talking about reforming, reevaluating, reprioritizing USAID. But instead, it seems that he is focused on dismantling USAID. Now, it's not like nobody thinks that's a good idea. Just today, Vladimir Putin applauded President Trump for decimating and in effect calling for the abolition of USAID. Now, Vladimir Putin doesn't care about the Constitution of the United States. We should. Under that Constitution, this Congress passed into the law of the land statutes providing for USAID to operate. And then we passed statutes saying that for this or that operation, this or that amount of money should be spent. Laws of the land creating the programs, laws of the land indicating how much money should be spent on those programs. Those are laws. They're being shredded by King Donald I. So, who benefits from this? Well, 3 beneficiaries: China, disease, and mass migration. Let's first look at China. First, the Chinese are smart enough not to compliment Donald Trump for destroying USAID because they see an opportunity, particularly in the islands of the Pacific, islands my father risked his life for during World War II. They see in these Pacific islands small countries where just a little bit of aid can go a long way for the very few people who live there. These are strategic islands, as we learned in the 1940s. And so China sees us abandoning the world, and they come in a position to grow in world influence. And how much money are we spending here? If you look at the polling, Americans say, well, our foreign aid budget must be 25% of our federal budget, and it should be lower. It should be down to 10% of our federal budget. Our foreign aid budget is less than 1% of our federal budget. No one concerned with foreign aid has dreamt of it being 10%. It's less than 1% of our federal budget. It's less than 1/4% of our GDP. And for that, we can vie with China for influence. But there's more. There's health. A lot of USAID money is spent to deal with malaria, HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, Ebola, and bird flu. So, if you have no morality, if you do not care whether the world's most powerful economic engine does anything to help the poorest of the poor in the world, you might at least take a look at the health effects. Because every time one of these communicable diseases flourishes abroad, it can come here. We saw that with HIV/AIDS. We fear that with Ebola. And every single person who gets HIV/AIDS, every single person with tuberculosis, gives the disease another little laboratory in which it might mutate and become more difficult for us to control when it does come here. So we're talking about spending money for team human versus team virus and team pathogen. How much will it cost for us to treat people if there's a new disease, a drug-resistant strain of tuberculosis, or a drug-resistant or more communicable version of HIV/AIDS? And then finally, we're all focused on the price of eggs. We're all paying an extra 50 cents for every egg at Waffle House. Bird flu is combated by USAID around the world, and every chicken that gets bird flu in a very poor country is a chance for that flu to mutate and come to the United States in strength and form. So if you're concerned about the health of Americans and the price we pay for our groceries, USAID's efforts to control disease should matter to you. And finally, when people are faced with the worst catastrophes, with drought, with war, with famine, those are the people most likely to engage in mass migration. So even if you have no morality, even if you do not want to help the least of these with even 1/4% of the American GDP, do not take action, Mr. President, that expands the power of the Chinese Communist Party, expands the opportunity for disease around the world, and creates mass migration that will not be stopped by the wall you didn't build. Then we're told lies about USAID. we're told that $50 million was spent for condoms in Gaza. Then the president himself said $100 million. How about not one penny? Complete lie. Now, that doesn't mean we haven't spent some money in Gaza. We did provide for field hospitals in Gaza. People were dying in Gaza. We provided help. And you can argue about what our policy in Gaza should be, but not one condom. You know, there was another lie he told. That wasn't a lie. It was actually the truth. He said we spent $6 million on tourism for Egypt. It wasn't exactly on tourism, but it related to transportation. Mostly true. Except it was a program that Donald Trump established in his first term. He's saying abolish USAID because of what he did in his first term. But while we're talking about lying about how money is spent, let's focus on another lie. They told the lie that USAID had spent $8 million on subscriptions to Politico Pro, a publication. No, the entire executive branch spent $8 million. Okay, is this a woke publication? A waste of money? A subsidy for left-wing journalism and activism? Well, maybe. But Republicans in the House of Representatives last year in all their various congressional offices, just in the House, I'm not even including the Senate, spent $800,000 in subscriptions to Politico Pro, making individual decisions in over 200 offices. They decided that the subscription was necessary to run their office. And you know what? Politico Pro has a competitor, provides much of the same kinds of research, Bloomberg Government, and Republicans in the House of Representatives spent another $800,000 in 1 year. So that seems like a lot of money, especially when you realize that the executive branch is a lot bigger than Congress. If you want to visualize it, the Republicans in Congress who spent $800,000 on Politico Pro have their offices in 1.5 office buildings. Now close your eyes and think of how many office buildings the U.S. government occupies. Well, why do congressional offices and other policy-making offices spend money on these publications? Because it's a lot more efficient to get an analysis that is published and footnoted by experts than it is to hire fine staff, and I have some here, to do the separate research for every entity and every office and every congressional office. And that is a decision each member of Congress makes when they decide whether to subscribe to Bloomberg Government, Politico Pro. And that is also a decision that every doctor and medical researcher makes when they decide whether to subscribe to expensive medical journals. The fact is, it's cheaper to read an article that's specialized and detailed and more expensive than your general purpose articles. This is not a newspaper with events in my city. This is not a huge mass market publication. It is cheaper to subscribe to a specialty journal than it is to hire hundreds of people to do your own research. And that is why members of Congress subscribe to Politico Pro and spend $800,000 on it. And yet the President of the United States first lies and says it was $8 million for USAID, and then lies and says, it's some sort of subsidy to some woke liberal activist publication. I know my colleagues well. I know my Republican colleagues well. Very few of them are interested in subsidizing woke journalism. Now, let's focus a little bit about the President's discussion of Gaza. Apparently, he wants to buy Greenland. and he's looking for a source of funds to buy Greenland. And he thinks he can do it by selling timeshare condos in Gaza. I don't often provide investment advice. I certainly did back when I worked in the private sector. Don't invest in timeshares in Gaza. Not a good idea. That this idea that 2 million people should be moved from Gaza, and it's two contradictory ideas. Secretary of State Rubio says that these people are going to move out temporarily, and then they can move back in. And apparently a U.S. president who doesn't want to spend a dime on USAID wants to build fancy condos for every resident of Gaza. So Rubio talks about people of Gaza are going to move out, and then they're going to move back in to beautiful condos. But President Trump has said the opposite. He says they're not going back. He doesn't. Instead, he believes that some country in the world is supposed to take in 2 million people from Gaza, and so far he's identified 0.0 countries willing to take 0.0 Gazans in. And he certainly hasn't volunteered that the United States would take them in. And then second, he's got to persuade Gazans to leave, and they don't want to leave. Although I guess if you offered them, a luxury suite at Mar-a-Lago, they'd certainly consider it. So what has he done with this proposal? First, he's embarrassed America. It's absolutely silly. But second, he has changed the political makeup inside Israel to empower those who believe that the Israeli settlers should move into Gaza and partially displace the Gazan population. We need a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. We need the destruction of Hamas. I welcome the recent comments of Israel where they recognize that the Hamas fighters are not going to surrender for Israeli prisons, and have said that it's acceptable if the Hamas fighters depart the region. We saw that in 1982 or 1983 when so many terrorists departed Lebanon for Tunis. We can see a situation in which the people of Gaza, without Hamas, are able to live in peace. It's not going to be easy. I'm not predicting that it's going to happen, but that is certainly our goal. Mr. Speaker, let me focus on one other issue, and that is an issue mentioned by the prior speaker from Arizona: artificial intelligence. Trillions of dollars are being spent around the world, more in the United States than anywhere else, to make artificial intelligence more powerful. And basically not a penny is being spent to make sure that as we make it more powerful, that we are monitoring for or preventing self-awareness, ambition, and a desire to take control. And then we are told, well, my God, if we were to spend a penny worried about controlling AI, the Chinese are going to be ahead of us in developing AI. We can't afford a single penny on anything other than making AI more powerful. Well, if AI is self-aware, if AI does develops a survival instinct, AI will be able to understand many things, but they may not understand, even AI may not understand why the human race developed its own successor, a level of intelligence that is transhuman. You know, the last time there was a new level of intelligence on this planet, it's when our ancestors said hello to Cro-Magnon. And then we said goodbye to Cro-Magnon. Oh, excuse me, to Neanderthal. We were the Cro-Magnon. So let me repeat that. The last time there was a new level of intelligence on this planet is when our ancestors said hello to Neanderthal, and then we said goodbye to Neanderthal. So if you're going to develop a new level of intelligence, perhaps it would be intelligent if we were to spend 1%, 0.5%, making sure that AI is a tool of human beings and not a creature with its own objectives. Yet so far, not one penny. So I look forward to working, I hope, with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to make sure that as we make AI more powerful, we make sure that we keep AI under control. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. Does the gentleman have a motion?
I move that the House now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate.